Alright, this is ordinarily where I would probably do something different, but I don't think that I need to say much more different at such a time as this. Basically, there's something that I believe should be overwhelmingly clear at this point. I've been waiting for quite a long time, I think. Owing in no small part to the fact that my speech production faculties seem to be just as good as they always are, which is to say, not that great. I believe the time is representing for me to see if I can dive straight into the game, so hello to whoever may be present. Hold on, that's not the right scene for my current purposes. This one is hello Burn and whoever else may find themselves encountering this fragment of this message at any point in time as I try to switch over to this thing. Here we go. I get the feeling that there probably won't be any proprietary sets or configurations for Authenticator that will necessarily be that fitting for this game, so I guess I'll just have to assume that this should be fine the way it is. But anyway, this game being the thing that will presumably be coming through from the capture card in just a second here. If I can actually, yeah, there we go, get this to show up. Well, it's actually showing up in my other like TV monitor thing now, so I'll reset that real quick. Operating under the assumption that there probably will be a necessity to, oh boy, to get that audio to sync up properly. Let me go ahead and fade out this somewhat loud song that I don't even know if I should have on here, because I get the feeling that this is not even something that actually plays in a Final Fantasy game, unless you consider I mean, I guess technically Theatrhythm is a Final Fantasy game, but other than Theatrhythm itself, it's not a proprietary thing. But I get the feeling that that might, for some reason, be one of these tracks that gets the copyright ID robots like all riled up. But whatever. But I mean, if you're very concerned about showing Square Enix stuff, then might as well not be doing this at all, because it's time to start the game. It is Neo 2 hours now. A game that took like 14 years to come out. Who knows if we'll get another sequel to this after this, I guess. Probably try to reserve those thoughts for after I actually play this, but hopefully if we do end up getting something like that, it'll come a little bit sooner than 14 years from now. But for now, let's go ahead and dive straight into this. There was an update when I first tried to run this, but I've already downloaded that beforehand. It was only like a few minutes anyway. So let's see what happens when we start her up. I get the feeling that we might already preemptively know what that, what the answer to that question is by the fact that we played the demo, which, like a number of other demos for other games, loads itself as no. I'm gonna do that actually, as a matter of fact. Loads itself as just being like the first, I don't know, hour of the game or something. Maybe not so much as the hour, but like some period of time from the early game. But I do suspect that something might be different regardless, so just start this whole thing right from the beginning and see exactly where that puts us. Let's see if the options are indifferent. I say as if I actually would be able to remember what the options even look like in the demo itself. Oh, we need to turn the subtitles on. How can I possibly not do that? I'm going to assume that the audio settings, the volume, the default volume is going to be fine the way it is. Everything is a little way off. I mean, sure. I suppose we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I can have dialogue autoplay and not subtitles. That seems weird, but I'm also going to keep it in Japanese, or not in Japanese, but in English, because why the hell not? I've already had this theoretical conversation, not really conversation, but more like anecdotal pseudo-justification of why I probably will end up picking English when Japanese is also an option, but well, here we go. Time to test my theory of whether or not the the content in this Square Enix game is gonna do anything. I mean, I hope it doesn't. In a wonderful world, wink, I would like to operate under the assumption where I don't have to worry about such things. For now, I will merely have to take things at face value. People's necks are having a little bit of trouble there, it seems. Maybe just like a really weird diffraction of light. Oh, here we go. I can't tell that this just happened, but I did in fact just boy. Just get a vibration on the controller, I guess, as a telephone from this guy's perspective was supposed to ring. Come to Waterfall. I'm pretty sure this is, yeah, 104, 10-4, 104, even though, yeah, they specifically say that they're supposed to pronounce it 10-4 in 2v1. It's honestly a bit of a weird detail that I eventually noticed, not even that long ago, about 2v1, the fact that a bunch of the locations in that game are like, very slightly...
104 it is then.
Yeah, 104, but... Can I finish my thoughts? Like a bunch of the locations in Shibuya, because it's always supposed to be in Shibuya, or a bunch of the locations in the game are like very slightly renamed versions of actual real-world locations in Shibuya, but apparently the place called 104 is supposed to be based on a building that has the 109 label in real life, and the place called East is supposed to be a parody for just like a stand-in of a real place called O East, but apparently they actually did manage to get the actual name for O East in this game. I think I really remember that from the demo, yeah. And there's also like Pork City being a stand-in for a place called Mark City. And there's probably more that I just won't be able to pin down, but that's like the stuff that I remembered off the top of my head. 10-4 is not this way. I guess I will continue to somewhat consciously continue to fluctuate between 10-4 and 104. I guess we'll see if anyone brings up the 10-4 version of naming that place in this game, but yeah, for now, I guess we can't really do much right at the very start of this. I'll just head straight over there. I guess we're heading west from the Scramble Crossing to actually get there. I get the feeling that the map will actually be a little bit more useful in this game than it was in original 2E. It's Swallow. Fango, which I thought was supposed to be like a reference to something called Fate Go, but then I realized I didn't actually know anything about the actual thing called Fate Go. I know it was actually supposed to be some kind of weird mashup about, or between Final Fantasy and Pokemon Go. Or just like ARG stuff in general. Some days it feels like nothing spawns but trash. You know, we never do find out who the hell Swallow is in the demo. Maybe finally that question will be answered here. Alright. If we do this, it just puts us straight into the menu. If we use R, it doesn't do anything. If we use L, it brings us straight into this menu then. And up with Fridays at 10-4.
Hey.
Oh yeah, we can also listen to people talking on the street. Ovi, oh boy. I get the feeling that I vaguely remember this from the demo, the fact that apparently some of these people say Ovi. And the remark that I made when I first played the demo when I noticed that, which is that I don't think I've ever actually seen that in any context, would say except for something, but no, the except would be like one very specific instance of something that sounded like that, but wasn't actually that.
Well, actually...
Well, I could talk to him, but I could also eavesdrop on other people. We're talking about a new career place. You know, at least that old ramen shop in Dogenstad, yeah, alright. Any other pieces of valuable information that we can... Oh boy. can harvest from this place. I get a feeling that I'm also gonna end up doing as much of that as possible from here on out.
My Rin dude! You finally made it!
Oh man.
Yeah, no thanks to you.
My bad. Anyway, I had to line up for a little something I've had my eye on.
Okay.
Well, don't you want to know what I bought?
Not really.
Oh, you're killing me. Give me a guess.
Fine. Clothes?
Bzz, nope.
Bummer.
Come on, work with me here.
Fine. What is it?
Hint, there's one for each of us.
Some kind of food?
Ta-da!
What is it?
A Reaper pin, duh! Haven't you seen them on everyone's book bags?
Maybe?
Of course you have. Everyone's got them. Anyway, there I was, just checking the selection, and next thing I knew, I had 2 pins and an empty wallet.
You blew all your money on pins?
Not just any pins, Rin dude. These things have got value. Enough to make me, of all people, wait in line for them. Here, see for yourself.
Huh?
Hey, watch it. If you lose it, I can't buy you another.
Dude, you practically threw it at me. Oh, thanks. Doesn't look that special to me.
I gotta say, I'm feeling kinda hungry.
Eh?
Come on, let's grab a bite.
We could, I guess.
All right, now we just gotta figure out what to eat. I was thinking either ramen or curry. Let's head to Dogonzaka and go from there.
Alright. I don't remember if I remarked upon that particular scene before when I played this part in the demo, but I mean, besides the obvious, I guess, slight callback with the pins and the Red Skull pins and what they ended up doing in the original 2E, I guess there's a possibility that when the first pin was dropped, that whoever ended up giving it back to this dude was someone who gave him some kind of fake, and that has some degree of plot significance. I don't know. Not really sure if I'm supposed to be interpreting things that way here, but I guess something else that I could and should probably mention is the fact that I think it was on Sunday, yeah, probably wasn't Sunday given that
Hey!
today is, like I know that today is the 27th, I have to remember that number specifically, but I forgot for a second that today was Tuesday, but yeah, on Sunday I ended up doing a couple of things that I had been putting off for the longest time, which was to finally complete the super boss fight in the Switch version of 2E1, which was like the last thing that I needed to do in that game to actually be able to access the secret reports for the extra 3 days that they put in that game. And also finished watching the, like, pretty much the 3/4 of the 2E anime series that I hadn't actually gone through yet. So that I could have at least that in preparation for this coming out. I don't know if that's really going to make that big of a difference, but I mean, maybe. Given that I think that one of the things that you see on the final day of like the final new day that they get to the Switch version of 2E might be related to why one of the characters that ends up being one of the main characters in this game is around at all. But
Ah, right.
there's ramen, there's a great Indian place, and that new curry place, which apparently it's not open yet. Well, I think we tried the ramen place before. Oh goodness, in the demo, so maybe we could try the other place now. In the mood for men? Boy. This is the one that we actually went for in the old timeline, so maybe if we try to go for a different place this time, and maybe listen to more people on the way. Curry sounds good, or ramen. Can't possibly make up our minds. We could try to find these exclamation marks though.
Hey.
This must be that new curry place.
Hey.
Okay, so the curry place and the Indian place are, I guess, not the same one. There's a total of 3 places, and one of them is the one that's acknowledged to not be open yet. Okay, we go into the back alley. I suppose there's not really any reason to at this point, but we can acknowledge that it's here. I think I did see someone a little bit farther back in the alley, like have a conversation that I could potentially listen in on. I guess it must have been that one guy, but yeah, let's go and dry out this place this time. Got a curry for every meal, but apparently not the curry from that other place. Sure, let's go ahead and go with Indian for lunch. You know, funnily enough, I feel like I'm pretty sure that I have eaten curry a few times, but I don't think that I can think of a specific flavor that I would expect when I hear curry. And hey, there it is. Okay, I knew that I didn't just leave this thing here for no reason. And it even, like, almost exactly lights up. I don't remember if that was the exact same position that that thing was in when I played the demo, but it would certainly make sense if it was, because it lights up quite well now. But yeah, there you go. Maybe now I can actually download that image from our OBS source list for this scene. Not the poo-poo you wanted, but look what I just got.
Hey!
And that's when you realized, yeah, Notkin. The super basic grunt enemy from... Oh shit, the chat log. No, hold on. Actually do that right now. We can try to figure out what else we can do, though. I guess we can access the text log with... Yeah, with this. I guess if you play around with the D-pad, it actually shows you the prompt. Where'd you find it? Shibuya. That's very specific.
Huh?
You're in Shibuya. Me too.
Come in, dude.
Found something good at the crossing. So maybe that friend's around right now. Maybe this time. We have to find out. That monster collecting thing. Is it fun? Can I try? Well... As long as you don't just walk into traffic looking for things. Who is this friend and why haven't I met them? Apparently I haven't either. Well, and they're at the Scramble Crossing right now. They were, but they probably left.
I mean... Come
But
on.
apparently we don't know how to do that, but this guy wants to make us do that anyway, so... we just go right back there. I don't quite remember... Oh. Listening to that guy, I guess, must we pass by. I'm pretty sure that you probably shouldn't be able to talk even if you're, you had like really spicy food. I don't think that would necessarily be a problem. And that if it was enough of a problem that you actually wouldn't be able to talk, I don't think that you would be able to hide it all that well. Oh yeah, and there's an actual Reaper dude in the foreground there. Pretty much the same model as in original 2E. We're not gonna acknowledge this guy though, even though we do get a bit of a close-up on his face. If we get close at least. It does kind of stand out a little bit. I mean, it probably stands out even more if you already know like what that appearance means, but I feel like even if you don't necessarily, there's the ensemble that he has and the colors kind of stands out all by itself. You know, I don't think I really noticed this today, but I get the feeling that I think it's maybe when you were supposed, like specifically when you were in the restaurant, maybe that's when the actual transition from the rest of the world into the Reaper game might have happened, since I can't help but notice that at the very beginning, like when you get close to some of these people, you ended up hearing what they said, because they were actually talking to each other, but now when you get close to these people, it's like you were hearing their thoughts instead of hearing what they're actually saying, so... The combination of seeing a Reaper and hearing people's thoughts instead of hearing what they're actually saying is probably an indication that we're in the game already by this point. And these thoughts are completely disconnected, which are also... It's also probably significant, probably indicative. Indicative, I guess, if I have to finish that sentence with something else, of the fact that there are thoughts over anything else.
So, who exactly are we looking for?
Dude, just forget it.
Oh.
What the? What's going on?
Rin, dude. You okay?
The hell was that?
Whoa! Did you see that? They're shooting off fireworks! Let's check it out, Rin, dude! Dude, wait up!
Fireworks that nobody else seems to notice or be particularly alarmed by, which is always a good sign.
Whoa, it's like a movie! About people who can do that thing! What's that called? You know, the brain power thing.
What is that called?
It's gonna drive me crazy. Come on, think.
Oh, psychokinesis?
Bingo!
Fred? How come we're the only ones paying attention?
Maybe they're all part of the crew?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I'm starting to get one too.
Greetings,
Huh?
sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you.
No, I got a horrible feeling. Run!
A new game has finally begun.
Fred, look out!
I've seen this before.
I kind of forgot about this part too. He's got like the weird,
Fred, are you okay?
like Xenoblade future vision / rewind mechanic.
Wait, what's happening?
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you.
No, I got a horrible feeling. Fred, run! Not that way!
A new game has finally begun.
I don't know what's going on, or what any of this means.
Just make it stop! That was close.
Looks like the action is really heating up.
Oh boy. I can't remember that being the... well, I was gonna say... well, you heard me say most of it, you probably could figure it out. I can't remember that being the point where it actually cuts to the, like, the theme song intro thing. But... actually, I don't quite remember if this specific sequence did play in the demo itself. I get the feeling that it might not have. And I would make yet another comment about how, like, if there was one track in this whole thing that I would probably be worried about copyright robots being pissy about, it would probably be this one, this whole sequence, not just the track, but the video itself. But I feel like I can only say that so many times. I'll just watch it. Takeharu Ishimoto. He did a lot of cool music. And there you go, this was another version of Twister all along, even though whatchamacallit, even though it doesn't really feel evident until the actual main chorus from Twister kicks in. What a hello for begins. Indeed. Well, there were a few interesting versions of Twister that were put out when the album edition for the original 2E came out, but I feel like this might be among the edgier ones. I don't know if it's quite as edgy as the one that starts off with a really, really loud screamo kind of thing, but
what game was that guy talking about?
it's kind of
And
up
why
there.
is it so dangerous?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Are you kidding? More new players? And here I thought I was done for the day. Rindo Kanade. Tosai Furusawa.
Can we help you?
Miss...
Shoka Sakurane, one of the Reapers. Don't play dumb. I saw your psychs. Which means now I've got to get you bozos registered.
Huh? Registered for what?
For the Reapers game? Did you not notice that your phones got updated, or...? Anyway, you're all set. Welcome to the RNS.
RNS?
Reaper Networking Service. Be sure to check the official account.
Official account?
Yes. And these are your starter pins.
What for?
You earn points with them. Earn enough points, you win the game.
But how do we earn points?
And what is this game?
Look, my shift's over. So ask someone else, would ya? Like another player, or another Reaper. Literally anyone but me. And I'm out. Later, losers.
Did she just say Reaper? Like Grim Reaper?
I mean, that's what I heard.
Yikes, she was giving off some scary vibes.
Almost as scary as those explosions. Think those were part of this game too? Huh? What were those?
I think those were birds. What is on that guy's face? Is this game pretty Corona? I get the feeling that they might have been noted as or at least how do I phrase this? There's a non-zero possibility that might have been added to the character's design because of Corona, given that I'm pretty sure this game has been at least in the planning phase for quite a long
Where
time.
did this come from?
But as far as it being actually
right.
announced, it wasn't
Must be
even
that
that long ago, I
RNS.
don't think.
Wherever it came from, it looks like it replaced my usual app. Huh, says something about a team. Like a group chat? Wanna make one?
Not much point when you're the only one left in my contacts. Man, I wish that girl would have actually explained things.
Yo! You kids must be the newbies. Oh, fresh out of the box, ain't ya? Hmm? Hmm? Oh!
Oh ho? What's so funny?
You just couldn't help yourselves, could ya? Should have made a quiet move and teamed up with a pro, instead of painting a big old target on your backs.
Target? Us?
You start in last place. You get stuck down there. And before you know it, you get erased. You're one hell of a poison disc, bro.
Well, who are you then?
The name's Kaiji Suzuki. But my teammates call me Suzukichi. We Ruin Bringers are the best team in the game.
Is that so?
By game, do you mean this whole Reapers game thing? Wait, why am I even taking this guy seriously?
Ha! You discs don't even know what game you're playing. I'd say it's only a matter of time till somebody sweeps ya. Won't be us, though. Not yet, at least, seeing as you're starting so far behind. Too bad. But hey, maybe you got some untapped potential. Only one way to find out. You want to stave off erasure? Then see if you can handle the noise.
I don't hear anything.
Do you even know how to scan, bro? You don't hear the noise, you see it. And to do that, you gotta focus. Close your eyes, quit thinking, and just feel.
What the hell?
Whoa. What?
And so it begins. Blacks play their disc, white to move. Every region is yours for the taking. It's flip or get flipped, erase or face erasure. That's how you play the game. A minute to pick up, a lifetime to perfect.
Flip what?
He lost me.
Don't sweat it too much. You ain't gonna get it right the first time around. So just play the game and keep it loud. And if I see your discs trying to make any quiet moves, I'll break the board in two.
Does he mean us?
Did you understand any of that?
How the hell could I? I haven't understood a single thing that's happened since you picked up those creepy pins.
Hey, can't spell confusion without fun, right? Never heard of a game where you see sounds or whatever, but it might be cool. Let's do it.
Whatever you say.
Alright. We can now scan, do some fighting with the noise, and I did manage to get distracted with something else in the background. Which I feel like I should probably finish before I really get into this, but we'll do...
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at the scanning. I guess we don't really have to worry about scanning each person individually, at least not yet. I do remember that actually being possible in this, but I don't think we can do it quite yet. Let's go ahead and do an encounter here. Just have to like actually walk close to these things. You can just start the fight early, or just wait for a little timer to run out, I guess. Timer that you can't see, that is. Use the power pins, and use it with buttons this time, instead of tapping things. Makes things a little bit different. Target foes. I guess switch your focus like Dark Souls style, elevate your attacks by pressing the B button.
Sorry, but you're no match for
I don't think I did a lot of like repositioning or evasion when I did like all the fights that I did in the demo. Maybe I should try to
We sure we can handle this?
get a little bit more accustomed to that this time.
Yes, got it. Nice one, Ren, dude.
Let me just try to move around while I'm fighting. Oh.
It's over. Was that cool or what?
Not bad, I'd say.
Say goodnight. Yes, got it. Nice one, Ren,
I
dude.
think you're supposed to do like cross combos in order to maximize your...
Oh yeah, we win.
I don't know if it's like actually maximizing your damage output or just like building up your specials, but
I feel like we deserve better.
I feel like we did adequately for like literally the first encounter of the game, where we're supposed to be like getting used to the controls, but well, there you go. We managed to do that, well. It was like AR or something. Instead of augmented reality, it was awesome reality.
Hey!
Isn't that something? That's what you're worried about? What else am I supposed to worry about? Well, just embrace the cool superpowers. Welcome to the Reapers game. Access the RNS, find the official account, today's mission. Utilize your psychs to raise the target. Receive your orders before the faithful dog. The target shall open to those who follow. I think they're talking about Hachiko. Gee, I wonder. There's the action, you can run away, you won't be able to run from every encounter. Let's remember if was ever said that you would be able to like save manually in this. I guess you can. Let's go ahead and do that. We got 9 whole things that we can save, and I guess we might as well I guess this will actually be my first whole run of the game. Let's actually go ahead and boldly use save file number 1, because why not? It's not very often that I like very rarely commit myself to save file number 1. But here we are. Whoa. We're just taking my Galaxy Brain to a test run, and, well, I was mentioning a meme by name, even though in theory all we did was question what memes were, which in and of itself became a meme. But yeah, I mean, we could do that before, I guess. We just didn't want to make any comment about that. We can hear people's thoughts. It's like you're reading people's minds or something. Oh shit. I just realized that I had left something on top of my Switch that was probably in a very bad place, because it was literally looking out the vent. Oh Jesus Christ. I'll give it a minute. I hope that it will be fine like this.
Whoa!
Press the R button to scan your surroundings. It also lets you hear people's thoughts. Pressing a button near one of these pensive persons to get an even clearer idea of what's in their mind. Do we have to
Let me think this through.
do it with R first? I mean,
Gotta
I
focus.
guess L is supposed to be the... Okay, there we go. Okay. Go to R first, then walk out to them, and then you can see what they're thinking specifically. You know what, let me... I'm a little bit paranoid about this now, so let me see if I can retire this from the dock, at least for a moment. I will put it back momentarily, but first I need to get a little bit more room to breathe. That was like a blunder on my part, leaving that thing like it was. This will only take a second, half an oath. Another question why these stickers like... Okay, I think it might be good. Okay, this is not a problem, this is not a problem, this is not a problem. Stop showing the screen. I am replacing this. And now... There we go, I think we're back in business, at least after I go ahead and reset this. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. You really can read people's minds. I'm getting all psyched up. So is this part of the game too? How does that even work? Well, let's get to Hachiko, even though I thought we were pretty much right at Hachiko. What did you do with this game? With these new powers of ours, are they connected to those Pinsu bots? I guess that might have something to do with it, but I get the feeling that the pins might have a significance that's really not obvious this early on, pretty much just like with the in the case of the original 2E. Like, I get the feeling that it's that case, like, or that the fact that the pins, whatever their actual function is, won't be that obvious is something that will continue to be the case even if we have knowledge of the original 2E. I was trying to say. Does that guy over there seem kind of creepy while he's smiling, which is definitely a bit of a rare sight for the, like, rank and file Reaper guys.
Sup?
It struck me as a couple of newbies. Well, just try not to get yourselves erased right out of the gates. Reveal the skull's true colors. Try using your own 2 skulls and figure it out. What are these traps all about? Oh gee, I wonder. This thing, Shibuya. Stripes are a crosswalk, hit the scramble crossing, and yeah, it's supposed to be had to go in one of the corners. Maybe they're supposed to mark places around the crossing. Guess you better check them out. And once you figure out those skulls' colors, head back here. And since I do remember that one detail about the skulls from before, I do the spots labeled A through D. Which we will find in a few different places. This is C. Gonna go with yes. No skulls though, except the ones in these people's heads.
Hey.
You could try scanning the area for a hint. Or maybe... Yeah, this guy literally is the guy with the skull, even though it's not insight. Really, my arm with the tattoo of my dreams. My girl doesn't dig the purple skull, but I think it looks sick. It's just a wash-off sticker. Well, I don't really see why somebody would get upset about that if that was all it was. Purple skull. And I thought that all the skulls like eyes in this part were supposed to have like card suit symbols, but I guess that doesn't necessarily apply to this one. Right, yeah, there you go. This is D, there's no skulls. But there is a bird noise symbol on the ground. Maybe we have to fight something, well, I guess the only way to actually be able to access that fight will be by going into the scan zone. And you're rebooting your pins. I'm pretty sure that's something that you could have just noticed by yourself, even if you didn't know anything about pin mechanics just from the first encounter. You just keep spamming one thing over and over. It's probably gonna be fine.
Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude. Ain't no stopping us now.
We got this.
Yeah. Say goodnight.
Yes, not bad, I'd say.
Alright, and we even managed to fill up the group thing, which I think just means that we can unleash a level 1 special. Maybe not quite yet though. And we haven't quite managed to get our first level up on our pins. And hey, wouldn't you know it, the symbol became a skull with hard eyes. So at least the skull with hard eyes, and they're like very clearly visible even in this shot. Skull with diamond eyes, that's visible in the back. Those ones have card suit symbols for eyes. We might be the only ones in this puzzle to which that applies though. So D is red. Just as I suspected. Your head's completely empty, well. Guess they're not just gonna spell out how apparently players aren't supposed to be able to scan each other, but... Okay, I guess we're supposed to wait here so that we can notice the skull that's, yeah, quite clearly above us right now. You're right, there is a blue skull. Screen time on that thing can come cheap. I guess they're still going with the assumption that this game is normal at this point. And the only missing one would be the one over here, which would be in the back, just peering into the void. The one between my ears. Of course it's empty, what do you expect? And you're taking that remarkably well. Oh, there it is. It should be where A is, and wouldn't you know it on the sign? It's a skull with star eyes. Maybe this one's the head of the navigator. Is this Wall of Thorns always here? Well, I get a feeling that the cars would be able to get through it just fine, because it's, yeah. There are different plane of existence, you might be able to say. The official account just went live.
Greetings.
I'm only going to voice act the first word of that. This is Shiba the Game Master. Okay. Got some red hot news for you. One team has managed to complete today's objective. Some of you might want to light a fire under your asses, especially if you want to be the first to take down the target. So who's it gonna be? Are Deep River Society finally gonna pull themselves out of the gutter? Maybe even knock the Ruin Bringers off their throne and take the top spots? Oh, I wonder. Maybe it'll be our dark horse, Rindo's group. Looks like somebody's not afraid of putting themselves out there. Whatever you call yourselves, I want to hear the name thunder through the booyah.
Adieu.
Hey.
The hell is Rindo's group? Well, I was gonna ask you the same thing. Twendo popped up asking if I wanted to create a team like group chats. They asked me to pick a leader, which was weird for a group chat, but I just kind of put your name there. And went with the default name. Well, signed us up as a team. And didn't tell anyone. Yeah, basically called us the superstars of Shibuya. Somehow. Different name, which of course isn't really gonna be something that we actually have any input in. You hear about the event in Shibuya, it's some kind of game that everyone has to play. Gonna send this message even though there's no response immediately. What are we gonna end up doing about that name? I don't remember if T has any input on what the name ends up being, but I guess we just return to Hachiko now. I assume that it's fine.
Yes.
We found all the skulls. Aren't you too the picture of confidence? So spit it out. Don't you reveal the skull's true colors, so what are they? A's yellow, B's blue, C's purple, and D's red. There we go.
Okay.
Head on through to Shibuya Hikari. Which is that way. That way meaning down here? Yeah, there we go. It's a little bit confusing. How about we bust some more noise on the way? You know, the perspective that you actually look at this from. There's not actually much perspective on the top-down map, but oh well, that's whatever.
Give me a break.
This could be tougher than I thought. We totally got this, even though, yeah. Well, I guess now we got the thing. When you see that beat drop come out and increase your groove. You can release a mashup unless you're foes with a super powerful combo psych.
I guess I could go a round or two.
Which, I mean, I'm pretty sure we filled it up before, so I wonder if we can just trigger the groove
Keep it together.
mashup thing immediately from the beginning this time, but I guess we can't. Let's target the birds first.
Oh yeah.
Probably a good idea.
Got it. Nice one, Rin, dude. Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude.
Okay, let's target the bear now. Let's see exactly what's gonna happen.
You're done for. Was that cool or what?
Don't know him. Just starting to remember how the freaking
Wow, we really killed it out there.
how the actual like combo attack thingies in this work, which I saw very briefly in the demo too.
Could've been worse.
Could have been worse, but hey, there you go. Our very basic pins leveled up, so I'd say we're doing acceptably. Probably.
Hey, Rin, dude. Think we missed a few. Where? All around us? So if this is a game, is there a game over? What do you think would happen to us then?
Nothing good.
Is it too late to quit?
Can we quit?
Don't know. What if we tried logging out?
Of that app?
Yeah, and I'll call the devs for help. Reaper team, this feels a little unsafe.
What the?
Hey, did you do that? 'Cause it definitely wasn't me.
So, Zeta weak. Oh, where'd you come from?
If those are the best equations you got, your days are numbered.
Huh? What did he say?
You two supposed to be players? Or are you just a couple pieces of trash that fell off the heap? Huh, doesn't matter. If it's the latter, then you're getting compacted with the rest of the pile.
Alright. Mysterious man who we totally know nothing about has joined our team and brought a new pin with him. The more members in your team, the more sight you can use in combat. Hold down the R button to charge a power and release to unleash an aerial kick, which I'm pretty sure is the, at least the strongest single strike move that we can do right now, but if I recall it also takes like a little bit longer to aim, so I have to like mind the charge time for that one if you want to successfully integrate it into the combos. That's how I remember it working in the demo.
Okay, I can do this.
So I guess we have to beat up another grizzly. Nice.
I might have to recalculate.
I keep saying like, yeah, we suck, we can't take down these weak enemies that we've had at the start of the game, but I think it's perfectly alright.
We got this. You're done for. Perfect timing. That was perfect.
Such simple equations.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
You follow my lead.
There we go. We'll just do the combo right now too, like, it's even easier than normal, but just wouldn't really have to.
Not bad, I'd say.
Maybe we can conserve this charge for whenever we fight next, or not. Hey, it wouldn't, you know, we mastered some of the most basic pains in the game. But at least we started working on one more with a good kind of startup.
Crunch!
Dang, he's incredible. What's his deal? Is he a player or something?
Whoever he is, he really saved our bacon.
Not sure he was doing it for our sakes, but he was a big help, that's for sure.
Hey, mister! Thanks for lending us a hand. We're kind of new to this game, so we need all the help we can get. You seem like you've been doing this for ages, though. Which team are you on?
If you think you stand a chance after that disastrous performance, you've said and miscalculated. Time for a little quiz. What's the probability of you two surviving the game? 1 zepto%, if that.
10 to the negative 21st power. So that's 0.00000.
So you're saying it's really small, huh?
Not small, infinitesimal. So close to 0, the 2 points nearly converge.
So 0, basically.
But not precisely.
So non-precisely, it
Game's
really doesn't seem like the kind of thing that,
142,857. Factor it out.
yeah, that he would say.
Huh. The name's Sho Minamimoto. I don't follow the associative property like other players. No telling what would happen if I integrated myself with a couple of zeptograms like you.
A couple of what?
Now you're saying we're small too?
Listen up, Zeptograms. You want to be part of the remainder? Then follow my lead.
That was bizarre.
What are you standing there for, Rin dude? Let's go! Don't want to keep our new teammate waiting.
New teammate?
Well, yeah. Him coming to our rescue back there was basically his way of begging us to let him join.
That's one interpretation. Says here 142,857 is a cyclic number.
Meaning?
Couldn't tell ya. Maybe our new teammate will fill us in.
Right back to the present. That was oddly well timed to like one endpoint in the song transitioning to just this track coming back. This track, which if I recall is supposed to just be called Storm. It actually came up in a guessing game that happened after I played the demo, but after I had listened to this one a little bit more, but not too much.
Let's have a look.
Well, let's have a look. And also can have a look if we can find any more noise at this point, but I guess we can't. What's looking up? Eyes on the sky. All these tall buildings throw my eyes upwards. How embarrassing. White collar worries. Can't call rest and ask for directions right looking up, and how just tell my train was late. That'll work. Oh, but we can't just keep walking this way. We need to face the story event. Big bad boss. I mean, we were scanning before. And we found something.
Hey, Zeptograms.
Even though that actually was not there 2 seconds ago.
I guess I could go a round or two.
More trash for the heat.
Okay, so we just get a repeat of the... Well, not quite. It's not quite a repeat of the fight that we pretty much resolved just a moment ago, because... technically that one was one that integrated birds, or the opposite of that. Frogs are the opposite of birds, I know what I just said. Let's go ahead and, I guess, target the grizzly while we unleash the special thing. But yeah, that one involved frogs instead of birds, so, you know, that means that this is completely different. Alright, that was simple enough, but yeah, surprisingly enough, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the actual first boss noise. Heaps of trash always coalesce around the critical points, meaning the boss is nearby. That's your reward for nullifying the noise, even though I don't necessarily think that's a good idea to equip right before the first boss fight, but we'll find out. It might actually be a good idea, that's what I remember. It's worthless unless your psych level is greater than or equal to its...
What?
Irrational. Who would make trash pins like these for the least common denominator? Well, in this game, it looks like the pin's values are undefined. Even zero vectors like you can use them. Use any pins we find just like the ones we got before. Alright, wonder we've got a place for everyone. On the way to Shibuya Hikaria for our very important mission, of course, which I guess we're not quite over to yet. Stir up a small whirlpool of fire around the target that damages any foes caught inside. Wherever the target goes, the storm swiftly follows. Well, we should probably try that out in some trash mobs before we get to the actual boss fight video. Two pins using the same input cannot be equipped at the same time, at least not yet. Wink wink, nudge nudge. What if it gets like tentacles or something? Well, what if it's too strong for us? If it's the same as in the demo, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna have tentacles, but it is gonna have another unusual
Let me think this through.
limb that you wouldn't associate with mollusks, but with arthropods. Let's give it to this guy.
Gotta focus.
We can focus, but apparently we can't find any more trash noise just on the way there. Mr. Bald Briefs. These extra long undies from Ryugu, and even though I thought they were a bit ostentatious, now I just want to show them off all the time. Alrighty then. How are you gonna do that? That curry is too spicy. I see that I guess a few people ended up having that issue, not just that one guy that we spied on before. Their engagement rings should cost 3 months' salary, but is that before or after tax? Boy, well... You know, ironically enough, I don't think that there's very many places in the world that aren't the US that actually have any trouble calculating what something would cost after tax, because I think the US is pretty much the only place that I know for sure that doesn't include the sales tax and the price tax of things. But anyway, finally meeting her mom and the dad this weekend, and I can't stop shaking. What is this destination thing that we've... Oh yeah, the train. It's late. Buckets of chicken. Are we supposed to be going... Oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to be going to a different place in this same screen. Okay, here we go. So we were in the right screen all along. Just needed to examine this place though. It did say Shibuya Hikaria, but where? I mean, we we were scanning this whole time as we passed through.
Correct.
We didn't actually detect anything then, but only after we actually acknowledge this one spot, we will maybe be able to find something new through scanning. And yeah, there it is. Wow, a type of noise that didn't actually show up in the original 2E. It's already down to about 60% of its original life force, which means we get to clean up the mess and other trash left behind.
Yes.
Talk about worthless trash.
And it even has its own noise symbol, I guess. Actually shows up on the left side.
We sure we can handle this?
I mean, you say that at the beginning of every fight so far, and I'm pretty sure we've been fine. Oh yeah, there we go. And I think...
Ain't no stopping us now. Nice. It's over.
Okay, I think this might not be the easiest thing to combo with, but I guess it is actually supposed to be weak against, what's it called?
Such simple equations.
Ain't no stopping us now. We got this.
Possibly weak against fire, even though, I don't know, from where I'm standing it seems that doing only 3 damage with every strike. Oh Jesus Christ. I guess we can also do this. We can probably like mix these two things together and end up doing something else. Like, let's do this.
Since we're adjacent, it's such simple equations. Nice. Feel the heat.
Oh, let's also do this.
What'll he do next?
But yeah, I get the feeling that the oh, that was the thing that ended up killing the boss. Actually using the fire power to bring the special attack to the foreground. But yeah, I guess the X factor of the fire power is gonna be, if we mix it with other attacks, we can like fill up the combo meter
That's
thingy
not so bad, right?
again pretty quickly. And I have to figure out a more efficient way to do that than just with the specials, though.
Yeah. Why are we cheering? Wait, we won? We won! Man, that was almost too easy. So, do we get a prize or something?
A big old round of applause.
Hey, it's little Miss Reaper.
It's Shoka.
Okie dokie, Shoki.
Anyway, the target's down, so you're done for today. You even managed to avoid coming in dead last.
No way.
Believe me, I'm just as shocked as you are. I was sure a couple of noobs like you would get slaughtered in seconds.
Glad we could prove you wrong.
You're tougher than you look. Like, suspiciously so.
Sounds like we really caught your eye.
No. But your team name did. Have you considered changing it to something less stupid?
We'll consider it.
Suit yourself. Anyway, you didn't die today, so there's that. Later, losers.
So that's it? No prize or nothing?
Huh? We got something. Today's results. Although the Pure Hearts took down today's target, the Ruin Bringers remain on top. I don't get it. What about our team?
Couldn't tell you, Rin dude. I guess some heroes don't get the celebrations they deserve. Anyway, I'm over it. Plus, it's getting late. How's about we call it a day? Mr. Minami's already long gone.
Huh. Wow. Didn't even get to thank him for his help.
No point in sticking around then. Let's go.
Hey, Fred.
Sup?
Is your RNS app kinda buggy?
I haven't really checked. Why?
I'm having connection issues or something. It's not letting me message anyone. Wait, I lied. I can still message you.
Maybe it's because we're right next to each other or something?
Huh. Weird.
It'll probably fix itself overnight. Well, see you in class tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah. See ya. Hey, I'm back online.
It's alright, I guess he can message this person after all. I was wondering if that was also significant. You know, I do get a feeling that using stickers like that just gets old after a while, but who am I to say these things, really? And so it begins. I sure hope you wake up soon. Wouldn't want you to miss all the action. Not quite sure exactly what the meaning of that final message is for that. I suppose we're going with chapters now and not days as an organization of progress. Or maybe we are, never mind. We just went on to day 2, even though it didn't say end of day 1 or anything quite indicative of that at the end of that chapter.
Wait, what time is it? Last thing I remember, I was on my way home from the city. Did I not make it or something?
Sup, Rin dude? Fred, wait, I want to try using my galaxy brain instead. Whoa, I'm back in the booyah! This is bonkers! Well, was I right?
Close. No way.
Yeah, way. It's day numero 2, pal. This game ain't over yet.
I need to tell my folks where I am. I bet they're worried sick.
Well, they might be worrying for a while. I can't contact anyone, and I doubt you can either.
What is this? Heed the instructions provided by the mission app. Solve the riddles sketched on the city's canvas and locate the target. Another mission? Not sure I totally get what it wants us to do, though.
Here's an idea. Did you try reading it for starters? The mission starts the second that message reaches your phone. Did you not realize the clock is ticking here or what?
Who are you, Gramps?
Gramps, ouch! Guess Mommy never taught you to respect your elders.
Okay, so you got a name?
Do I ever? It's Kubo! Tanzo Kubo, I'm with the Reapers. Everybody's been fussing about this new team. So I decided to come and have a look-see for myself.
Oh, is that so? Well, go ahead. Get a real good look. Take a picture if you wanna.
Not bad. You've got moxie, kid. So, where are the rest of yous hiding?
You mean our team? It's, just us.
I hope Minamimoto helping us out wasn't a one-time deal.
Maybe yous missed the memo, but this is supposed to be a team game. Yous compete and earn points by doing all sorts of things. Erasing noise, completing missions, yada yada yada. And the team that racks up the most points after 7 days wins.
Whoa, slow down. We have to do this for a whole week?
And what if we don't feel like playing? Can we just not?
Nope, you gotta play till the end, kid.
Dude, that is not cool. We've got lives to get back to.
Not anymore, you don't.
You're killing me here, Gramps.
That said, if yous really want out, there is one way. I told yous how teams compete to earn the most points, right? Well, if you top the table, then we'll grant whatever you wish for. All yous gotta do is win.
Easier said than done.
So aim for the stars, my would-be winners.
Winners, eh?
Although, word to the wise here, yous might want to bolster your ranks first. After all, you won't get much done as a duo. But I'm sure you knew that already.
Ugh.
So fight like your lives are on the line. Figuratively speaking, seeing as you're already dead. Anyways, try not to fall too far behind the pack. Then worst comes to worst, yous can go down in a blaze of glory. So give me something fun to watch this week, will ya? And with that, I'll leave yous to it.
Please don't tell me all the Reapers are like him.
Or that this game seriously lasts an entire week.
That's what he said. How are we gonna survive a full week with just the 2 of us?
So did your Zeptograms have time to process today's mission?
Mr. Minami! Does this mean you're back for good? Man, life could not get any better. We've got it made, Rin dude!
Don't get the wrong idea. We're solving completely different problems here. But I'll help you subtract some rogue integers. You want to boost your chances of survival, right?
Well, yeah.
Whatever it takes to get the hell out of here.
Then you either multiply or face deletion. Oh, and make sure you pick up any pins you see lying around. Now let's get this show on the road.
Alright. Kind of funny how those people didn't end up seeing each other, though. App's just installing on its own. Oh yeah, this guy.
What?
Salutations. It is I, the man standing before you.
Huh?
So how come you're so quiet? Well, so who are you? My name is Kaya Ono, which I guess showed up in the only actual like phone message identity for this guy, but didn't want to say out loud, or at least in an actual dialogue box until now. Run a digital fortune-telling shop in Spain Hill. Do forgive me for not speaking aloud. I'm far more comfortable communicating via text. You wouldn't, though you are not mistaken, huh? As it were, I am the developer of the new application you just downloaded. It will serve many uses throughout your missions. It can act as an answer sheet as itself for today's challenge. Solve the riddle via the app once you have collected enough clues. You'll just have to trust your instincts. If you lack confidence, feel free to consult me at any time. And also tons of text emoticons, which this makes me feel like it's not really a trustworthy message. I think he's one of those Reapers too? Probably. Yeah, I mean, he's responsible for that application. You're not even close. Yeah, like when you're trying to hit a pinata, I'm surprised both that they would reference that and that they would actually get to tell you over the end there. But I suppose today has been full of surprises already. So the riddles sketched around town. Well, that guy is just standing right there. Let's see if we can figure this out without confronting the will. Oh Jesus, okay, hold on. I guess we actually can do trash mob fights now. Maybe we should try to do that. Let's set up a fight with a burb and a frog. Surely we can't do this. We got a chain of 2.
Okay, I can do this.
Let's see how this is going to work out.
Let's do this.
Oh, we thought we were supposed to be targeting a bird and oh goodness. Okay, hold on just a moment. What the fuck? Let me try something a little bit different. Okay, never mind. I'm trying to like actually, you know, mix the freaking like the fire pits with everything else, but I guess we can't. Not quite as readily as I thought I would be able to anyway. I'll still try to level up the fire thing, but I get the feeling that I won't necessarily end up favoring that. Something to use in regular battles, unless I can figure out a better way to make this work. Oh, there we go. Okay, that was an actual good way to clean that up, kind of. What am I kind of getting? Okay. I wasn't quite sure exactly what it meant when you see that symbol that, like, something is cut off. Or one of the attacks is, like, crossed out or what have you, but I guess that just means that whoever is responsible for actually executing that attack is just not physically able to do that at that moment. Evolve this spin. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This is honestly a lot more convenient if it actually just asks you if you want to evolve the pin. Jolly Bicol? Sure, let's go ahead and do it. Evolve into Angelic Kick. But that one is just mastered, so probably make room for something a little bit different in our deck this time. You're on the right track. Oh, you're getting closer. Yeah, right there, look around you. I mean, it would have to be this, wouldn't it? Yeah. I think it's just very much part of the stuff that you did in the demo. I think that you might just, if I recall, you do 2 days, and that's where the demo ended, so probably won't be too much longer until we move past that sort of benchmark point. I think this is it. There's a skull, pretty reapery, right? And there's also a guy pumping the air. What's it say anyway? Get ready to roar. You're supposed to shout or something? Well, I'm pretty sure we are, but not right here. 2 graffiti remain.
Yep.
How about we try heading up 10-4? Well, it's not really clear if we will find anything there, but let's go into the menu. Streets. Can we like actually? Oh, goodness. Well, we got another little tutorial here. Various swag in the collection. Do you have what it takes to complete this expensive collection? Well, I don't know. I wasn't really able to complete the collection of items on the, at least the Switch version of the first 2. Simply because I would have required grinding the super boss for a while longer and didn't really have enough time available to me to like actually get to that point, but I guess we can give this guy back this thing. And just leave this as is. Is it as good as the original? Hey, Crystal Rose, so you've how's it going? Well, I've only been playing this for a little while so far. And I did play the demo of this before, and I haven't quite gotten to the point where it's past the point where the demo cuts off, but I would say that I definitely like what I played of it so far. Obviously the controls are different, the kind of general flow is different. Goes from 2D to 3D, so the exploration is different as well, but whatchamacallit. How do I want to finish that sentence? I mean, stuff is different, but it flows pretty well. It, like, in spite of these differences that I'm making, I'm pretty sure that where I was going with that is that, like, the overall feel is very much like the original, which I like a lot, so far it has a bit of a preemptive thumbs up from me. Guessing you haven't played the PS Vita version, it was really as to I like of this game, or of the original. Because the original I played on 2 of the 3 versions that came out, because I'm pretty sure it came out on DS, on Switch, and on, I guess, mobile. In between those, the only one of those that I didn't play was the mobile version. And I know this is out on Switch and PS4. I'm playing on Switch right now. Whoever came up with this game really thought it through. Dragon, what's up? Oh, we actually have 2 advances on manually. I'm forced to play this other game right now. Super weird, and I don't know how to quit. I can't just go into the menu and do that. Does the puck effect work the same? I mean, there's something that's kind of similar to the puck effect. I don't think that I know, like, all the mechanic implications behind it right now, but it's pretty much just like 2 different attacks, and when you like finish a combo of attacks with one character, switch to a different character so you can keep on building stuff, and that's how you build up the sync thing, which I think they call groove in this one, to be able to do the combo attack. And it does feel a bit faster paced than in the original. That's pretty much what I can say about that right now. I don't know if there's gonna be like taboo noise and stuff like that later on, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Searching for clues right now. Can I ask you for help if we get stuck? Even though we don't even know if this other person is actually in this same game at this time. Yep. Wouldn't you know it? Scanning makes things... makes bad things happen, such as even more grisly noise.
Absolute trash.
See, for example, if you attack one of these enemies, you can like, hit them with one character's attack, and then once that combo is finished, you can switch to somebody else and sort of build up a chain like that. And I guess the better you do this, the more you build up the groove at the top, and that lets you build up the combo attack stuff. Like so.
Not too shabby.
And there you go, finally we're starting to get actual pin drops from the, no pun intended, from the actual noise encounters here. I get the feeling that we might be able to get a tutorial for that too. This is way different. Well, yeah, this is pretty different, but it's like a different kind of dynamic where it's changing from like one attack to the next, and like I said, it's faster paced, but I'm liking it so far. Just got bored because someone was glued to their phone. What were the odds of them being literally right in front of me? Well, if I can speak from experience from scanning randomly in the original tweet, that's probably higher than you might imagine. And yeah, just another side pin. That's all we get. Speaking of which, we're supposed to be collecting them, right? The pins we get at the start from Shoki, I guess. And yeah, we can use this one against the noise too. I don't remember if we got like a bunch of Lapan Angelique pins in the early game of original 2, but this feels like it would pretty much be the equivalent of that. Send the goddess's tower. Amid the darkness ye shall find the sigil that ye seek. Here comes this Abso Yield all of a sudden. Well, in the goddess's tower, even though it's not even that. Oh goodness. That is what that actually does mean. The 3D battle arena, yeah, feels pretty nice. But let me see, I'm pretty sure what I want to try to do right now is switch at least one of these characters to a different pin. This one is not mastered yet, so what if we switch, I don't know, this dude to a different pin? That, I guess he can't actually equip that one though, that is weird. Maybe we're gonna have to wait until this, I mean I don't have to wait until that's actually mastered switch to the other one, but I get a feeling that's what I'm gonna end up doing anyway. But yeah, also this is what scanning looks like in this game, so instead of like tapping on the stuff that you want to fly to, just walk near it. I guess we're doing a chain of 3 this time. I'm sure it'll be perfectly alright.
We've got this in the bag.
I think pretty much all of the noise enemies that I've seen so far in this that aren't bosses are the same as enemies that were in the original 2, including the jellyfish, which you know it.
Did I do that? You sure did. It's over. You're done for. Hey, not bad. Just doing my job.
Oops.
It's over.
Crunch said with a lot of passion, even though that was technically a complete, or at least initially that was a complete whatever I'm looking for.
We got this in the bag.
I want to say flub, but I don't think it's flub. It's something equivalent to flub though. I'm just completely blanking on the word that I'm looking for right now. It's also not choke, even though it's also pretty much means the same thing as choke.
Exquisite timing. Great job.
Okay, I think that technically wasn't part of the combo, but it felt like it was close enough. That looks fun. Can you use the touchscreen for the noise collection? I haven't actually used the non-docked version of the game yet, but I would imagine that you probably can do that.
So far, so good. Let's keep it.
Which pretty much all I'm doing right now is with the controller, Pro Controller. That's totally legitimate, another third-party thing that I got, specifically because I didn't want to pay for the first-party one.
Just doing my job.
Wow, you really killed it out there.
And I mean, obviously the non-docked version would not exist in the PS4 version of the game, but imagine that you probably can do that on the Switch, which is what I am playing this on, like I said. I wonder where we could possibly find a tall tower around here. I can't think of that. Okay, I guess we got a few more of these pin drops. Let's see if we can actually switch this. Apparently the recommended one for this guy right now is Midarigami, which I think we can look at more information for here. Close in and slice them, keep attacking. So there's a finisher that has a knockback effect, so I think it's pretty much the same as the one that he could equip before. He had equipped before. Whoops, hold on. Didn't actually want to exit out of that menu quite yet. Let's see. The recommended one for this guy now is Rapturous Rabbits, which I guess the rabbit-themed ride is now called. I forgot to actually notice that before, or comment on that before, but I think it's supposed to be the same kind of shtick where it's the Chinese zodiac animals, but some of the brand names are different now. Instead of Lapan Angelique, it's Coney X Coney. And yeah, it looks to be another one of these range attacks, so sure, we'll just go with that. So slash attack that has a turn off leveling for Muramasa if it's the same as the original game. The first pin, that is.
Let's have a look.
I don't know. I mean, I do remember that pretty much the first couple of pins that you get is like the default starter pins are part of like the set of pins that you get at the beginning of the original game as well. Did I say the original game twice? I mean, the ones in this game are the same as the original game. I don't know if I actually said that correctly, but well, that's what I mean at any rate.
Exquisite timing. We got this.
But I think other than those, I don't know if any of the other pins have been like actual full-on reappearances from the original so far. I think they've all been different. I mean, I haven't really seen that many so far.
Let's keep it up. Perfecto.
There we go. Okay. Maybe the word that I was looking for before for when I missed it with the cake was flop after all. That feels appropriate. Minamimoto, you keep flubbing the kicks. In spite of the catchphrases still being spit out.
That was perfect.
That was adequate.
You took simple equations.
Nice. Nailed it. We're on a roll.
Such simple equations.
But I guess we're making it. Oh shit, we're not done. Not making it quite as simple as it could be.
Just as I calculated.
Is that what I actually meant? I get the feeling that I'm doing that thing myself, or I say the opposite of what I actually do mean. I need to address the thought that I literally just had. Or maybe I don't. Let's just pretend that everything I made, everything I said during the past 2 minutes or so made perfect sense, including what I said before I said that sentence correctly. I feel like that will be the best course of action that we could possibly have. Alright, well, let's take a look here. This must be our clue. Let me have a look. So we punch ourselves in the chest. Well, that always seems like a good idea. I like beating our chests. Why would we do that? A lot of primates do that and they are our ancestors, so you know. Dr. Zoolittle. I guess they could name more of the real-world locations of Siberia without issues in this one, but they couldn't actually say Dr. Doolittle. I don't know how I want to interpret that sentence, but... One graffiti remains. This isn't the original characters, is it? Well, I think there's a couple of the original characters that are supposed to, well, by the original characters I mean any characters that showed up in the original game were supposed to appear in this, but... I mean, one of our party members right now was in the original game, even if he wasn't playable in that one. I can say that much. There's only 2 in the original with different characters as background swap-ins. Oh yeah, it was. That's something else that's different in this one in the original. it was supposed to be 2 characters, 2 teammates that work together, but in this one it's, I think, up to 4, even though we only have 3 right now. I don't know if we can actually get a full party of 4 in the battle scene, but I guess we'll find out. Hope Shiki appears as a party member. I don't know.
Yep.
Not quite sure what to expect as far as more reappearances quite yet. But again, I guess we'll find out. If you want pass, you gotta pay the toll. Bring me a Midragami pin. Hey, wouldn't you know it? Already have one of those. We're looking for one Jelly Manchester. Looks like a jellyfish you can't visit.
Nah.
And that's for looking it up in your Noisepedia, obviously. No longer the Noise Report, it's now called Noisepedia. Tell you all about the noisy berets, including what they drop. Pretty nifty, huh? Now come back once you get a number 163 pin. Which I'm pretty sure we already do, because we've been using that. But I guess we can just take a look at that just for the... as a formality, I guess. Here we are, Dixie Frog. Drops the 50 yen pin and 100 yen pin. The Deckhand Raven drops Rapturous Rabbit, and apparently also drops something else in EC that we haven't encountered yet. And the Moss Grizzly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are all supposed to be the same basic noise from the original that we've seen so far. Cold Coney X Coney, 500 yen, and the Gel Manchester drops Midragami, which I guess we must have gotten a few of so far, given that the drop rate is higher on normal. It's also the first boss noise that we found, which we don't know what it drops. I guess we haven't... didn't get lucky there. I don't think we've really found anything else yet. Nope. But yeah, predictably enough. We found that pain already. You only have the one and you're using it. I mean, I think I have more than one. And I think if it's anything like the Reaper fetch quests in the original, then they don't actually take the stuff that they... Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to press that button, I meant to press this button. They don't actually take the stuff that they ask you to find. They just like, if you have it, then it's fine. Well, I'm leveling these up, so I guess I don't want to switch anything out quite yet.
Hey.
Oh goodness, it's... this track which I'm pretty sure I also noticed. I think it's called... oh, is it? It wasn't Game Over, that's a different one. Oh god. It's not psychedelic either, that's a different one. But I feel like it's one of those tracks that says like one word and it's all lowercase. I have once again forgotten what the name of this track is, but oh well. I'm sure that I noticed this when I played the demo too, because it's one of the ones that seems like it's identical to how it sounded in the original. It's gonna sound weird, but at first I thought it was just my imagination, but everyone in Shibuya has literally been walking right through us. Like we're ghosts or something. Wink. Even though they were already told that they're supposed to be dead. And there she is, just to comment on that. I seriously thought you were still in Shibuya. This is the UG, dummies. Think of it as the flip side of the RG. The real ground, the world you call home. I was so surprised to see you, I wasn't even listening. Well,
Right.
you're in the afterlife, losers. So you mean we're dead? Well, like that other guy said, this isn't the first time that you've heard this today. I don't remember dying. You must have. I mean, that seems to be a bit of a running thing. Seemed to be a bit of a running thing in the first game too, where like most people do remember dying. I'm pretty sure I remember my own death. Well, there must have been some sort of mistake. I simply couldn't have died. That must be why I can't get in touch with anyone.
Hey.
So what happens to us once the game's over? Why are we even playing this damn game in the first place? Well, that's a very avoidant answer. I mean, they were already told that if they score highly, they could get away with more stuff. kind of demand. Something definitely smells fishy around here.
That's rich.
And you want to pick up any pins you happen to find.
Later, loser.
Yeah, but she doesn't quite... He's not quite as forward about that particular piece of advice as she could be, but I'm pretty sure it does get spelled out at the end of this day. If this is the... I'm pretty sure this is the day that was the only other one that you could play in the demo. Part about us not being able to touch people or contact anyone outside the booyah, they're almost making me believe that this game of theirs is real.
Huh?
Knew they were lying the second they told us we died. The threats ain't no fool. Even though that repetition means that someone's gotta be playing along at least.
Nah.
Probably just some sick joke. Unless... Head to Stupor Street. I guess we actually do have a Stupor Street here. Not really much of a puzzle if they just give us the answer. And also, I was wondering if there was gonna be like a specific part of the UI that was gonna light up here. So something that I'm pretty sure that I just saw. Hold on, head up the hill.
Gotta focus.
Can we do a 10 chain arc? Can we go for all the super rare drops if we keep the chain up? I don't know if we can do it here. There's only like a few handfuls of noise symbols closer together right now. Painting on the walls like hoodlums. Kids these days ain't got no respect for this city. Well, I gotta say that picture looked awful familiar. Well, we could go check out the graffiti, or we could find a couple of things over here, maybe. Like the frog, and the burb, and the grizzly again. Get a little bit more experience for these pins. And then perhaps... and perhaps note something else a little bit notorious that seemed to be in the vicinity here. I might as well do this, just for the hell of it. I'm sure there's gonna be one a little bit of overkill for this particular encounter, but hey. I can't believe we got pins from, like actual paint drops, guaranteed from all of those very common noise. Oh, yeah, we could go for the grizzly right away, but we could also do this. There we go. At least if you complete that combo in good succession, I guess we're gotten to the point where we can actually take down a grizzly. Or at least that type of grizzly with just one complete combo. It shouldn't be very surprising given that this is the very start of the game, but you know. Ooh.
Such simple equations. Nice.
I'm a little bit surprised that apparently you can't do the same thing with
I never miscalculate.
or that it takes the same amount of effort, I mean, to do that with the jellyfish, though.
Alright, could have been worse.
For some reason, that doesn't really feel like an expectation. Oh, there we go. Kickpin has been mastered, and I will switch it out in brief, but before I do that, let's see what's up here. Hey, wouldn't you know it, well, it's telling me to head up the hill, but I want to check out the people first before we do that.
Trash.
Which plays a remix of all parts instead of,
We've got this in the bag.
or OOP art, or whatever you want to call that. Apparently OOP art is supposed to be, or at least the OOP part of that message is supposed to be short for out of place, which I don't think I ever actually got the impression that it was, but I'm pretty sure that I saw the stick, there was an actual time limit on the top right. I don't think I noticed that when I presumably also fought that big noise in the demo. 5,000 yen, pin acquired. But now that we've actually done that, what am I doing? I don't want to. Well, I guess I can acknowledge the fact that I can actually switch the difficulty. Or maybe not right now, actually. We can... I guess I can actually lower my level to increase the drop rate, but... I feel like I don't necessarily want to mess with that quite yet. And it looks like I can't change the difficulty even to VC yet. Presumably all that's gonna have to be unlocked at some point. This is the button that I want, hold on. Remind me if I press this. Okay, neither that nor this bring me to that menu. I might as well go ahead and save as long as I'm in this menu. I don't think I really want to change it here either.
What to do?
Let's go to this menu after all. Mental notes, pins, let's change this guy's pin to this, I guess. I mean, why not? It's not just the same. We can do literally one more encounter at this point and probably level up the other couple of pins that the other guys have. That was a surprisingly vanilla message. I'm here to go with the flow, but I'm gonna get swept away if I can't learn to ride this wave. Apparently if you order one now, you get another one for free. That idea sure is generous with its portions. Oh, hey, there we go. Here's just one more noise symbols, which is exactly what I need right now.
Ready? Galaxy Brain, activate!
Let's accelerate this. So far, so good.
Let's keep it going!
Careless.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the fact that I take the have a different pin psych for... I mean, every model right now that I guess was able to target 2 of the jellyfish there. Not quite sure how the last part of that actually worked, but there we go. Sure, let's evolve that. Logical cacophony, not cacophony, which I'm pretty sure is how you would usually spell that. Hold on, let's take a bit of a closer look at that actually. Logical cacophony, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be spelled cacophony with an O, but I am forced to assume that it's stylized. Hey, I guess we can just master another one of these pins. Psych, input, affinity, strength. I guess he doesn't actually have any more of these pins that haven't already been mastered, at least one of that he can use, so I could give him this just for the hell of it so that he can start mastering another one, but this guy apparently has more. I don't know, for some reason I remember like the characters having more general pin options in the demo, but it would be different if that was that one detail was different at least. Is this one that I have equipped right now? It is the same psych as the previous one, alright, the one that it evolved from. Okay, this guy still exists. Still has food. I mean, I haven't actually found any food items yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case too. Even though he changed his hair a little bit, he looks a little bit like Guybrush Threepwood now, just with a much more pretentious face. He totally effed this place, too bad it's closed. I don't remember if that shifty-eyed person showed up before. It's AGOG. Scoping out some new info to post about what's hot in Shibuya, I bet. Kind of amazing he's managed to stay relevant with that attitude of his. The whole Ennui thing. Went past cool and aloof and ascended to like apathetic godhood, which is I guess why he didn't say anything in that particular scene. Looks like he has changed a bit.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this still quite clearly visible shifty-eyed person in the background is not going to do anything, I guess. He's just gonna stand there, even though... Oh shoot. I kinda just want to read this person's thoughts without actually doing another noise fight right now. Is Ramen Dawn gone? I love their Mystic Ramen. It's actually quite an important question as far as I'm concerned, but I guess we will not find out the answer to that immediately. I had lunch at Glutton for Gluten today, so I'll bounce it out and go with some lighter noodles from Suzu Slurps for dinner. 500 volts a year. Well, it could be worse, I can tell you that myself. That still amounts to more than 1 ball a day though, so I don't know. Maybe it could... I mean, it could be worse, but does that mean that it's not bad? Like that. That's what I gotta ask myself. Unless we're all just a very drunk me. Unfortunately, I don't think I often have that excuse, but... Well, here we are. Out of all the graffiti in this alley, we focus on this particular piece of it. Because I guess we can see the skull painted behind it, but... Kinda different from the other two.
Seriously?
I think someone graffitied over the graffiti. What a surprise. It's got no respect for vandalism. So much for having today's mission in the bag. So what can we do? If only we could do something wacky to overcome this sudden hurdle.
Hey.
This is gonna sound weird, but it looks like all of our posts have been erased. Maybe that update earlier deleted everything. Just like us, like we don't even exist anymore. This is a lot of work for a prank. I mean, we're actually gonna have to play this game of theirs. At least if we win, they'll have to set us free. Right, MTZ, whatever that means. Couldn't care less which plane you exist on, that's your problem to solve. The only parameters that matter to me are the rules of the Reaper's game. Anything else is a colossal waste of my time. And you played this game before, I mean, presumably he played that before the events of the first game. It's not terribly clear, but will things really go back to how they were before? I didn't write the function, I just plug in the numbers. You want a real answer, try asking the Game Master or one of his Reapers. So what are we supposed to do in the meantime? Some jerk painted all over our only lead.
Come on, think.
So we have the idea of scanning people who might have seen what it looked like before, but... something Mom asked me to buy yesterday, well... So you can reawaken people's memories. You know, it's quite a swift conclusion from those two pieces of information being put together. What induces this latent power? Is it the pen? You did that just now, didn't you? Maybe not everyone fits the formula. How about you go over to those common denominators and jog their memories? That psych of yours helps you solve for a variable. So what do I do? Just who sends out, or just send out a who did this graffiti brainwave?
Oh man.
Seems like the kind of thing that you would be able to get the hang of pretty much instantly. Take a closer look. You see what I see. MKN, or Mken. It's not really clear how you're expected to pronounce that, but I think that's the joke, or whatever you want to call it. Don't tell me you've never heard of the internationally and legendarily famous Mken.
Let's look it up.
Oh yeah, let's look it up. You weren't kidding, there's millions of hits. She's known for her all-orange ensembles, and graffiti that looks like this, I guess.
Hey!
Somebody around here must have seen her, right? Maybe one of them remembers something about Mken. So let's do a reminder, which we now just instinctively kind of know how to do. Press the Y button while scanning to activate threads. Psych, then tilt the left stick and right stick in the correct directions to reassemble the mixed-up memory. I don't think there's really that much of a rhyme to that, other than just...
Let's get down to business.
just kind of probing. Let's see what works. Well, holding the right stick down seems to work for that. What about the other one? Hold it up. Hold it top left, more or less. Yeah, there we go.
Come on, think.
Remind with a very momentary kind of pseudo 3D effect going on, but do you think it actually worked? Well, it's not really clear if that would have affected anyone that wasn't like in our immediate vicinity, but of course there's only one way to find out. There has to be something that awakens players' latent powers, but what? Maybe that's all part of the plan for whoever might have instigated such a thing. First, let's find out what these people have to say. Moved here because I felt so lonely in the countryside. It's weird though. I feel even more lonesome with all these people around. Now poetic. You should become a haiku poet. Painkillers are wearing off. My mouth throbs with every step. Shouldn't have taken all 4 wisdom teeth at the same time. Honestly, if you're gonna take all 4 of your wisdom teeth out, which you should probably do if any of them gave you problems, I just kind of operate under the assumption that if you do that, you're gonna stay home for at least a while after that and eat lots of ice cream. Sometimes I get this urge to lose myself in a big bowl of noodles at Susu's Lurbs and forget about everything. Boy. I was being told a story by a relative of mine earlier about someone in my family who ended up getting in a lot of debt, so I feel like that's not really something that I would encourage. I had curry at the Don's restaurant, but I could have sworn I've seen him before. Then he used to run a ramen shop. I feel like that's also a typo. But that one doesn't seem like it's on purpose. Unless it's like a 5D chess kind of thing. But here we are, vexing graffiti. Let's use the secret remind technique now. That orange hooded hoodlum is up to no good, but ran off towards O East before I could stop them. And also something about a bowl of noodles in the foreground. Call me butter, Rindude, because I'm on a roll. I wonder if anyone else has said that combination of things before. I get the feeling that someone probably has. It probably sounded just as bad. I won't find out just by standing there or here. I guess here would make more sense. Can I do this? Okay. I mean, it feels like it's not quite as necessary to have a message log in this game like in, say, a visual novel, but I guess it's nice that they give it to you regardless. Dear Switch Shoko, you set my heart aflutter. Someday I'll get a promotion and then you'll have it all. Big house, big cars, big rings, whatever you want.
Hey, dude.
We're heading over to O East. Don't tell me we gotta do something for you first. Well, guess he's not listening. So what do we do now? Why don't you remind him to do his job? That seems practical. I can't do that now, can't I? So, shall we do that with a scan and do other things combination? Oh, hold on, might as well get rid of the noise sets in this immediate vicinity just so you can be sure that it's not going to be in the way.
I guess I could go around or two.
And sort of break up the pace a bit. Never hurts to do that, right? I think we've got this. That didn't sound like it had a lot of confidence behind it, but it's technically the stronger version of it, I guess. I'm forced to assume at least that it's a stronger version of the pin that this one evolved from that did the exact same thing, where it's like... I mean, I guess it's technically possible, I'm pretty sure we've confirmed that it's possible for us to get the easy drops on normal difficulty, but it's a little bit difficult. Sometimes. Okay, so even if that falls outside of the combo period, I'm pretty sure that's still going to be a complete guaranteed kill if it's a third hit. I don't know how we were able to kill the other one without it getting caught up. At least it didn't look like it got caught up in the other attacks. Maybe it did and I just didn't notice, but anyway. Now that we've taken care of that, we can do the...
So what are we thinking here?
Hey, you should think about work again meme here. Okay, so just hold each one of these in a specific direction, seems to be what works.
Try to remember.
This reminds me of the freaking fabricated, badly drawn whatever quizzes that they have on Sporkle and stuff. Hey, guess what? Damn, I'm still on the clock. Too bad that nobody else has come by here. Older kids, if you wanna get through here, you need to win a 2 reduction chain battle in Dog and Saga first. Go on, go. I no longer have been demoted. Well, you've done that already, obviously. Yeah, I mean, we already know about chain reactions and reductions and all that stuff. Multiplies your drop rate, your foes grow more ferocious. I feel like if that is actually true, I never thought that it actually made that significant of a difference. But if it does, I guess that also gives you all the more reason to, I guess if you're doing post-game stuff and trying to get an increased drop rate from certain boss noise, you can find its actual symbols later on. You should fight them at the start of the reduction and not later on. But yeah, I don't think there's even enough noise symbols for us to do another 2-chain reduction anymore. We're gonna have to like leave and come back. And not go up the stairs. My expressions always give the game away. Someone may even be reading me like a book right now, even if I'm hiding my face, maybe. I don't have eyes at all. It would probably make that reading my expressions a little bit more difficult, but maybe someone can manage that anyway. Or can even get up there to paint it anyway. Well, who knows? Oh, we have to turn off the scanning in order to actually be able to leave the area. It's probably so that you can't just escape by leaving the area if you end up locked onto a noise. And yeah. Well, the noise are back, so let's just head back over here and ostensibly we might be able to just do the exact same 2 reduction chain battle that we... Oh, here we go. I don't know if this is exactly the same, but there we go.
Sorry, but you're no match for me.
Same one that we did before, but I don't think it is, because I don't think it was 2 jellyfish symbols.
Oh, this is gonna be easy.
But I guess it's something that I haven't really remarked upon. But I'm pretty sure something a little bit different that might be worth noting at least a little bit is the fact that while these jellyfish noise enemies were in the original 2E, they didn't have their own noise symbol, I don't think. They were always part of like a different animal symbol in the field. Well, let's use one of these. Ooh. That one really feels like overkill. I'm still not sure exactly how it works, trying to get the like exactly what determines which of these specials that you get whenever you choose to pop that, but like it's just like which pin you finish the combo with. Like most of them give you the generic kind of star shower one, but some of the other ones give you like the big fire thing and also the big nuke thing that I've been using there.
Okay.
Nicely done. Oh, and a new pin. Marvelous Crash. Pelt your target with a rock from above, fully charge it and knock the enemy down. Sutaya O East. I don't remember if we actually came to O East in demo, but I get the feeling that we did and I just completely forgot. Oh well. Random. Oh boy, I tried to think, but oh Jesus, okay, we got a few different just a tiny, small amount of noise symbols over here. Let's just keep that in mind. And hey, what did you know? It's someone dressed completely in orange. That's gotta be Mucken. It always pains me to spray over someone else's work, but there was just no passion behind it. I've seen toddlers make more inspired wall scribblings than that. These streets deserve better, goddammit, and I'm gonna give it to them. I may have added part of that myself, but ad-libbed. Now I'm all fired up, better go pour this passion into my next piece, even though I haven't said anything.
Hey.
Could you jog her memory first and then go back to fanboying? We need her to remember the graffiti at Dog and Saka, and then maybe she'll just be able to describe it perfectly in her mind's eye. So let's do a reminder. I guess we can just do that, given that we're actually not close enough to any noise symbols right now to trigger a chase or anything like that. So let us get down to business after all. Let's see. That's 1, that's 2. That was simple enough.
Come on, think.
Honestly, I'm not even sure at this point if the first one of these did actually require a diagonal direction, or if you can just get away with doing like a straight axis point for all of these. Is this supposed to be 10 for... we are glorifying capitalism on my watch, time destroy overage. That doesn't quite line up with the thought that she had before, but somebody put up a picture of 10-4 like that. How dare they? That was the only thing that was wrong with it, but I mean, she could have just painted over the building and left the other guy, maybe. What does it all mean, though? Maybe it was to roar a bit our chests in front of one of foe or something, even though I'm still gonna get 10-4. I guess something that I should do right now, though, because I keep getting these new pins, is try to master the ones that I have with me right now. At least this one seems like it's the closest to getting there. To see if I can... Let me see what's hold the way at the other end of this street. Is there anything? You know what, let me try to do something stupid. I don't know if this is gonna have a good result right now, but that's what I'm gonna say before I do this. Let me see if I can try to like aggro all of the noise in this zone, or at least a large amount of noise in this zone. I get the feeling that I messed up by... Yeah, I did. Waiting so long. After actually activating one of them coming into contact with me instead of having them chase me around for a while, but oh well. I can deal with this too. And I guess this time we will actually try to aim for the bear first. Ooh. Aim for the bear, which actually did end up dying quite quickly.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going.
Ooh.
Ain't no stopping us now. We got this.
I'm just gonna wait about 2 seconds for those things to blow up. There we go.
Absolute trash.
No, it still feels like it makes more sense to target the more weak sauce enemies over the other ones first. Maybe that's just like my... what's what I'm looking for, my pragmatic JRPG self speaking. I say as someone who's not like... doesn't have nearly as much of an affinity for JRPGs as a lot of other people I know, but even so, that doesn't mean I can't be practical. Hey, we're getting lots of drops. I don't know if we're gonna be able to like sell off all the extra drops for cash, but I wouldn't be surprised. I just drop the nuke immediately. Just murder everything else that's left in the final scene, just as immediately. And finally, sure, might as well evolve that one too. Racial getaway. And you know, it occurred to me probably the last possible moment that the pin that Rindo was using this entire time was technically the pin that he already had mastered before. Ooh, I guess we actually expanded the repertoire of pins that he can actually use now, though. Maybe he just needed a little bit more time. Maybe I just checked this at the wrong time before. What does this one say random? I should have actually read the description for this one. Close in on your targets. And slice them, keep attacking, leap into the air, bring your weapon back down to knock the enemy back. So it's like it's pretty much the same kind of thing as the stuff that he's been using so far. There's also this. Like your target with a rock from above. What am I doing? I'm like messing with the stick for some reason while I'm trying to read this. Strike again when the enemy hits the ground, and ability, aerial assault. Not quite sure whether it actually does have a different symbol there, but maybe that means that we should try it out first, but you know what, sure, let's try it out first. Put that on this guy, and as for the rest of them, evolution is question mark, but I guess it can evolve. Just preemptively know that. No evolution for this one though, so that's what's gonna have to change at some point. But I guess this one might... I don't know if there's like actual conditions that you need to be careful about to enable the evolutions like in the original, or if that's not gonna be as strict this time. I say strict, but it's more like, I don't know, picky, complicated, situational. Okay, so I can't just have these things chase me for a while at least. Let's do another reduction with this thing just so we can try out the rock thing. Missed what the input was supposed to be. I probably should have paid attention to that, but we can just figure it out now. It is L, okay. So do this, charge her up. Damn. So let's, I guess let's do a rock first, and if this doesn't finish the thing off, let's finish it off with a kick. Or, not the kick, right? That's technically not what this guy's doing right now. Big ice spike coming up from the ground is technically not quite the same as a flying kick.
Absolute trash.
I can barely tell the difference though. Okay. Seems like it probably would be a better idea to only have one of these things equipped at a time though. Ooh.
So not half bad. Great job.
Okay. I have to bring this dude back for just a second, even though tried apparently his big explosion arrows were enough to just finish off everything that was left.
We've got this in the bag.
I wonder if there's some way that you can actually accelerate the explosions of those things, because it feels like if you do that situationally when the enemies are like clustered together near each other, it's probably a good way to what's the word I'm looking for? A good way to basically blow up a bunch of enemies at once, like I've been doing by coincidence a few times, but if you can engineer that somehow, that probably has the potential to be kind of OP. Oh geez, I need like one more counter to get this Minamimoto pin to max level. And there's a couple more left. Now, fortuitous and opportune.
More trash for the heat.
More stuff that I can probably blow up together. If I can get them to actually move near each other, but I don't know if they're gonna do that really. That is my something that my plan kind of hinges on, but well, if I had any, I mean my plan is just like keep spamming attacks until everything dies. I get a feeling that that's gonna work out no matter what, but sometimes you just want to do things in a more efficient way.
Okay, we got this. Yes, got it. Nice one, Ren.
I'm gonna tell you, this rock feels really... Let's use the rock attack special. It's gonna be super overkill at this point. Oh Jesus, what? Okay, I thought I was gonna be using the rock attack, but I ended up doing an ice attack instead. Okay, I'm a little bit more confused, like...
Not too shabby.
Is the special determined by who's active at the moment and not who, like, did the last combo before the special fully charged up? I mean, I guess that would technically be like a more convenient option, but I guess we'll see. What if I do a little change up here? This is the one that does the big rock thing, right? Okay, this one's mastered. And it doesn't evolve, and this one can evolve, but it didn't evolve. It was instead mastered, so I'm not quite sure how the, like, different evolution conditions are gonna work in this game, even though I guess I'm forced to assume that they are in fact a thing, based on the fact that they can not come up at all. Let's possibly downgrade a little bit. Let's give this guy this. Let's give this guy the... I thought I was gonna be able to... Oh, I am actually able to give him the rock thing. Just didn't see it straight away. And maybe downgrade this guy to the natural poppy pin. Some of the freaking pin brands and I guess cloth brands, I don't know if clothes are gonna be I guess they are, because I see the threads thing on the menu here. It just hasn't been unlocked yet. Some of them are the same, but some of them are just like a different name for the same Chinese zodiac animal theme. But here we've done it. We could have a few more fights on the way, and we just might. Let me take a quick look once again at how everything looks. These two are pretty much at the base, and this stone thing is actually almost completely... Oh shoot, I didn't actually want to do that, but... Is there anything else that I really want to look at here? Have we found like any new noise types? Have I gotten more easy drops from some of these enemies that I didn't get before? I guess 100 yen pin, maybe. Still haven't gotten the easy drop from the Jelly Manchester because I think that I've only been finding them in reductions and doing like even a 2-chain reduction guarantees that you will get the normal drop. Oh, and also the Pig Samba. Be sure to take it down before time runs out, or it'll flee from the fight, and there's unknown drop information. I guess it acknowledges the fact that you encountered it, but it doesn't do a full entry, so it's a little bit different from how the pig noise works in the original, where a bunch of them, they pretty much only show up in one very specific part of the game. Now, hold on a moment, let me go back here and find literally one Jelly Manchester noise and see if I can fight that one without doing any reductions.
Well, you asked for it.
And maybe I just wasn't looking hard enough, but I guess the noise report no longer tracks like how high level you are.
So far, so good.
Or the lowest level that you're at when you beat a specific type of noise. Which is definitely something that's not a hard requirement or anything, but something that a lot of people probably end up wanting for. The noise reports to technically be as complete as possible. Just to have all noise defeated at level 1. Ooh. I think we saw some frame drops there. Hopefully that's not too big of a thing. I get the feeling that it also did not result in us getting the normal drop from that guy, or the easy drop I mean, but well, whatever, we can very, very easily address that later on. Pig can't drop anything in the original, but it's normally money pins. I don't remember if that's the case for when you find a pig noise in like the actual normal chapters in the original. But I don't remember if... The part that I do remember is that there's like a few things of pig noises you can actually find and get the entries for before the Another Day sequence. But for the rest of them, you pretty much only get their drop information and their noise listing in the Another Day building climb thing, and you can only fight each of them once, and they always drop the same thing, and it's guaranteed no matter what, like how you fight them. But I don't remember if that's quite the case for the other pigs that you don't find in that sequence.
Greetings.
You're getting into the groove on day 2. Got some red hot news for you. One team has already polished off today's mission. As for the rest of you, well, don't leave me cold. Especially not when today's game is finally heating up. There's only 5 teams left, and that number's only getting smaller. Your positions in the table will be locked by the end of the week. One team will take the prize, one will take the punishment. And a special shout out to the Wicked Twisters. Congrats on changing your name and on locating the targets. Which I guess they all immediately recognize that it refers to them. It's time to show me what you've got, my turbocharged Twisters. I don't think that's quite how you pronounce that, do you? But you know. You changed your name without telling me, or anyone else for that matter. Well, oh, and now it changed the track as soon as that came up to one that I do recognize. It's called Rush Hour. Which I think is also identical to how it's handled in the original. What's not to love? The Wicked Twisters, which... It just says... Twistas... Right, yeah. It just says Twisters in the katakana there. Not sure where the wicked part came from, really, but it's just so cringy. Total cringe, bro. Just picture us, a massive tornado tearing everything to shreds. You get a better idea? I'm all ears. Can't say I do. Let's go with your name, pal. I mean, there you go. It's like, we shouldn't do it this way. Well, can you think of a way that we should do it at? Angry face. Okay, I mean, we can go back up to the place where we found the first graffiti thing, but I don't think we even have to do that. We can't even, like, acknowledge the fact that the graffiti is there again. So let's just head back to where the very conspicuous hotspot thing is and actually check things out. So, it pretty much clued us in, or at least the other 2 sets of graffiti that we found clued us in to count to 10 for. We gotta do it too. Already did all the heavy brain work, remember? Well, do the scream, do the chest beating, and felt like you were just monkeying around. With that Jupiter of the Monkey hoodie thing that you've got on. Feels like there's some kind of thematic resonance going on here. With a sudden King Kong appearance on top of the building.
Whoa! I guess I could go a round or 2.
So here we are. I don't know if we're technically what I would call optimized, but I get the feeling that it's gonna be just fine.
Careless.
Gonna be a matter of remembering to press L instead of R.
Could've gone worse.
Let's keep it going.
Ooh. And also, be careful not to get interrupted, which I think is gonna be an actual factor in this fight. Ooh. Because we're not actually hitting him with the rock all that successfully so far. I think that I can help but notice.
Nice one, Red Dude.
It's crunch time.
Yeah, he needs to actually be on the ground, I guess, to actually get hit with the rock, which is for some reason not something I was expecting.
Fine, I'll integrate. Easy as pie.
Alright, now we actually can hit him with like the special rock thing, which is just
Getting ready.
avoiding completely because it went out of the field of effect of that thing. Seems like it's pretty simple to avoid that attack at least. It's a matter of not being right in the middle of the arena when that happens. Ooh.
My advice? Don't get grabbed.
But if you do, we'll lend a hand.
Yeah, I mean, we can only move one of the characters at a time, so it's not terribly clear what we can do to how the characters who are in peril of getting grabbed over the others.
That'd be great. Yes, got it. We're on a roll.
So a little bit of a contrast with
So far, so good.
with how quickly pretty much everything else does with the kind of arsenal that we've ended up being able to amass so far, but still. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna wait just a little bit longer though. Before I unleash this other chain attack thing, because I get the feeling that attack or chain attack, I guess I just got Xenoblade or something on the mind, but okay, I'm pretty sure that it does have something to do with the whatever it was the last combo that you used. Or something. Maybe not. Okay, there we go. I think I might have a better idea of how that actually works so far. Okay, never mind, I'm just gonna pop it now. Maybe popping the special is actually what prompts the boss to do that shit. Oh no, never mind. That time we tried away.
Change our coordinates. It's that, or get crunched.
After the special happened, not before. But of course that means that it was technically a bit more, what were we looking for there? Convenient for us, a bit more resonant to our own strategy. Oh jeez, I tried to actually do the dodge there, which I kind of forgot that I could do. I think we're nearly done. I mean, I can't actually see any more boss HP on my screen because like the last part of that bar cuts off because of the window capture thing. But I assume that if I it gets to that point where I actually can't see it anymore, but the boss is still alive. It can't actually have that much more HP
We
left
deserve better.
by itself. Ooh, we can evolve that pin to something else. I mean, it seemed to be pretty useful by itself, so sure. We evolved the Crater's Kiss. This one's leveled up, but not mastered, and it's not clear if they're going to evolve. I guess we can probably figure that out by just looking at them in the menu.
Phew. Looks like we won.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. Yeah,
Definitely
for sure.
felt tougher than
Crystal
yesterday.
Rose.
I thought we were done for. Or
Thanks
are
for
we
dropping
already
by
done
the way.
for? Seeing as we're dead? You think if we had died back there, we would have come back to life? Like a double negative?
Let's just say that we won.
Not till you grab the pin. Doesn't count unless you reap your reward.
Huh? What pin? Huh?
What do we have here? My eyeliner put up a real struggle this morning. But it looks like my luck has turned up, just like my wingtips. Finders keepers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I've heard a lot about you wicked twisters. I hadn't heard you were so precious, though. Even if you are a bit slow on the uptake. Can't have it all, I suppose.
Sorry, but who are you?
Oh, sorry. Where are my manners? My name's Kanan Tachibana. I'm the leader of the Varia Beauties.
So one of those other teams. Huh? Today's results are in. The Varia Beauties effortlessly erased today's target, but the Ruin Bringers remain on top. Wait, but we're the ones who erased the target.
Bless your heart. Did no one tell you? You won't earn any points without this pretty little baby.
Oh, that pin.
Oh, and make sure you pick up any pins you see lying around.
Oh, and you'll want to pick up any pins you happen to find. Trust me.
Oh, thanks for pointing the
Remember,
second one of those out
here
at
goes
least.
the spoils. After all, these babies are this season's must-have item. I know it's a competition and all, but still, I hate to steal it from you.
Don't worry about it. There's plenty more pins in the sea.
Hang on, Fred.
Aw, aren't you a little sweetheart? Since you already got my name, mind if I get yours?
I'm Tosai Furusawa, but everyone calls me Fred. And this is my buddy Rindo. I guess he's like the leader of the Wicked Twisters. Or something like that.
Pleased to meet you, Fred. You too, Rindo. We may be rivals, but here's to a fair fight. Oh, and thanks again for the pin. See you tomorrow. Ciao, boys.
Ciao.
Great. All that work and nothing to show for it.
At least now we know what a real team looks like.
Intimidating. That's what.
Yeah, I was too scared to ask for the pin. Especially with that gaggle of guys behind her. They looked like a real bunch of grinders. You know, cranking out that EXP. And Kanon was super cool, am I right? Man, I hope we get to see her again.
Dude, are you?
A complete moron?
Whoa. Oh, hey there, Shoki.
Frankly, I'd say you're both morons for giving up all those points like that. Has no one told you the only way to escape the game is to come in first? Or that you'll be, like, absolutely screwed if you end up in last?
Maybe.
Don't tell me you're waiting for someone to say this is all some sick joke. Snap out of it. This game is 100% real. Maybe you could at least try to act like your lives are at stake here, and shake things up while you're at it. Everything's been so predictable.
Wait, how are our lives at stake if we're already dead?
Here's an idea. How about you find a new friend?
Come again?
It's like this. Word around town is another player's joined the game. Sounds like they're a real wild one. But beggars like you can't exactly afford to be choosers. Think it over. Later, losers.
Gotta say, I don't like the sound of being absolutely screwed. Although we kinda already are, since we can't contact anyone. Are we seriously dead? That would really suck.
Wait. Swallow and I were texting earlier today, weren't we? Looks like my message went through just fine. Maybe we've just got bad reception?
Alright, I guess that's maybe the cutoff point, or not, never mind. I think I remember seeing this iguana person at the end of the demo, or at least in some kind of context. Might have been at the end of the demo, or it might have been on a completely different announcement thing that I saw before. How is it a recruit? I'd say they got potential. How much potential are we talking here? Enough to spice up our little game. Well, no, until we throw them in the pot and cry a couple of heats. Maybe we'll see whether they meet your high standards. There's something about them for sure. The two I met yesterday weren't bad either. I got a feeling they'll put on a good show for us. Things are gonna get wild. I'm gonna get my hopes up, but I trust your instincts. You get a real sixth sense when it comes to troublemaking. And I suppose that's the actual close to the chapter. Get X twisted.
Today is unequivocally the worst. Wait, it's you. Come to add insult to injury, have you?
What? No.
Well, this time I come prepared. You shall pay for my misery!
Ah!
Alright. That makes sense to any of the people involved. That scene, perhaps we've witnessed some kind of flash of the future there.
Yelling? 'Cause you were? Anyway, here we are. What was that?
Yep, just you and me.
Another vision, just like before.
Wonder what today's mission will be.
Maybe it was a dream.
That's your cue?
Does that mean I was sleeping just now?
Earth to Rindo.
Yeah.
You good? You spaced out on me there.
No, I didn't. So, any word on the mission?
See? You're a grade A astronaut. Anyway, Space Case, I haven't heard anything yet.
How about that?
Find the scattered letters and make them whole. The door shall open to those who seek it. So, finding these letters will lead us to the target?
Guess so. Doesn't sound too bad.
Say, buddy,
What?
do you remember that stuff Shoki told us yesterday?
Kinda.
It's like this. Word around town is another player's joined the game. Sounds like they're a real wild one. But beggars like you can't exactly afford to be choosers.
Like I said, it's just you and me, and Mr. Minami, sort of. But Kanon had a whole army marching behind her.
Fair.
Which is why we ought to expand our ranks. You know, strategy.
Right. Strategy.
Speaking of Mr. Minami, it is safe to assume he's coming back, right?
Wouldn't pass up a chance to observe an irregular prime. Count me in.
Mr. Minami, my Mina man!
Speaking of irregular,
Listen up, Zeptograms. Forget about today's mission.
You sure about that?
Of course. Sure, we pass up earning a few points now, but we can make up for our losses if we pick up a new player today.
Sounds like we're on the same page. Strategy.
right, cool. But, like, do we need another teammate? Especially if they really are a wild one. What if they just end up dragging us further down?
Can't really get any further down than last place, dude. Plus, I'd rather have an extra weirdo around than be a player down.
Minami Moto's practically 10 players in one.
My multiplicative property may be impressive compared to standard integers. But the Ruin Bringers don't play by the rules of rational numbers.
Are these Ruin Bringers really all that tough?
Let's just say they're an aggregate function of a higher order. And since you're not interested in getting on their level, I'm done here.
No, wait! Come on, Rin, dude. Let's go look into this new player. Gonna scan the city!
There he goes. With no idea what he's getting us into.
I guess we're forced to assume that that's gonna be the actual mission for the day instead of whatever the mission proper would turn out to be. I mean, maybe we'll have to acknowledge that just to be able to move around, but
Gotta focus.
guess we'll see. Oh, hey, there's goat noise symbols now.
Let me think this through.
Am I safe to assume that we actually have like the whole party available right now, just for like random encounters and what have you? Let's try a couple of these goat symbols and see what we come up with here.
Sorry, but you're no match for me. We got this in the bag.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that the wolves were supposed to have their own symbols in the original too, though. They actually look like... well, probably a little bit more like wolves than what the actual goat symbols look like. I mean, all them goat symbols, even though there really weren't any goat enemies in that game other than... I guess if you want to be technical, probably the boss of week 1. Pikachu's noise form. But I'm pretty sure that if you try to fight a goat noise symbol, you would usually end up fighting like the core hug enemies or something like that. Maybe the minks. I think like the minks were also a bit more partial to the actual wolf symbols. It certainly did exist. Here, did we only get like one big meteorite that time? Ooh, I can't believe it. Very successfully dodged my... Oh, hey, he said the line. Didn't even acknowledge it in the moment, but yeah. He did it, guys. He said the meme line. Looks like we gotta win the game.
Well within the margin of error.
Oh, I forgot to acknowledge that, but yeah, I guess the fact that, yeah, let's go ahead and remove that, why the hell not? Night Night Beam. And that one is leveled up, but not mastered still. So I guess we're not really changing anything yet, but let's take a look at, I guess, the new pin that we just acquired from someplace. Who can equip that pin? This guy? Yeah, this guy. That pin is new, just up ahead. It apparently a lance lunge, so I guess that's a bit more similar to the kind of thing that Mirabi model can do. Or maybe it's a bit more equivalent to like the big lunges that Neku could do with a few pins in the original, but... I don't know, did we ever use this one yet? Rapturous Rabbits, you can evolve. I feel like we did, yeah. That one probably is the one that ended up evolving into this one, or something like that. Hopefully she'll get away. No, wait. This one evolved into that one for sure, even though they're like... Actually, no, hold on a moment, I was looking at the wrong thing. It does make sense, because I was looking at the power number, thinking that that was the pin number, but no, the pin number is on the top left of that little panel. And yeah, 67 evolves into 68. Makes sense to me. And 71 evolves into 72. Makes sense to me. So right now, I guess we're just gonna keep everything pretty much as is. Can any of these evolve? This one will not evolve. This one will not evolve, and this one will not evolve. So we can pretty much just master all the stuff that I have on right now. And I guess I probably just autofocus on that for the time being. Put on the falsies for the first time. They feel so weird on my eyelids. I try adding color contacts into the mix once I'm used to them. Just MUA in the making, whatever MUA means. Oh, hey, we actually can... Hold on, never mind. I was about to say something like we actually can manipulate the camera a little bit, but I guess we can't. Oh, totally dodged that thing. For some reason I wasn't expecting to be able to dodge noise horizontally like that. Not horizontally, but you know what I mean, on a plane that does not involve height.
Just as I calculated.
Look at that!
Definitely we're not really gonna be getting anything new from the Decade Ravens and the March Grizzlies and all that stuff though. Seems like the kind of stuff that we pretty much have covered. But yeah. I mean, what is the... Oh, never mind. I guess we just have to come over here to the main part of the scramble first. Today's our last chance to snag that special pin. One Hachiko Cafe suffering with that promotional menu? Well, they're only available while supplies last. Let's hurry over to Q Front then. That's gotta be extremely important. Are those supposed to be the same student girls from the first game? I get the feeling that they might not be. Because it seems like they probably wouldn't be students for that long unless they're like middle school students first and now they're high school students or something like that. I suppose that's not completely out of the question, but I don't know if I'm supposed to draw that kind of conclusion.
Huh?
He said something about trying to get themselves a special pin. That seems like a really important clue.
Hey
Shouldn't be a
there.
red herring at all. New YouTubers such go-getters, yeah. They were totally the ones with the initiative. We're hoping you'll get lucky and just bump into them wandering around the city. Well, I'll throw you guys a bone. I actually saw them on Center Street just now. How do we know you're not trying to trick us? Well, who was it that tipped you off about this player in the first place? I don't care whose team they join, I just want something fun to watch. At this point, somebody else might have already recruited them.
Hey.
You're even trying to win, well, I mean, what else can you do? If that's already happened, not that we can really do anything except just accept death. This girl's got a busy day ahead of her. I think we get at least a couple of different choices this time. We got the completely arbitrary special pin lead that those girls talked about, or we could say what she's, or do what she said. Look into what she mentioned. We could think about this all-you-can-drink, want my yens worth guy. It only lasted 30 minutes, we barely stopped to breathe, let alone talk. Oh. I'm actually being chased by this. There's a bird noise. I feel like I don't really want to bother with the bird noise too much, though. At this point. Documentary. Someone should make a documentary about my life. No one should be forced to watch that, yeah. I'm glad that guy came to his senses, since that's pretty much also the same thing that I would conclude. Hachiko Cafe is great, but the barista changes the menu all the time. Hope she's in a put extra chips in the chocolate scone kind of mood today. Which obviously translates into moody. The only possible way that word could be interpreted. The statue of Hachiko is smaller than I expected. Well, I mean, you're not right in front of it right now. Smaller than I expected, even though that probably just means that it's probably the size that an actual dog would be. You don't even care about the vouchers they're giving out at the Hachiko Cafe, then don't take one. Also hipster cred. Oh boy, these things just like arbitrarily pop up, but I guess that's not really that surprising. And when did Adu have this many subscribers? I've been following them for years and I just noticed. They don't become a sellout. Well, that's the kind of mindset that gets you. I feel like you're always gonna be disappointed. And I thought I saw a different thing. This guy, Shibuya Girls. All I gotta do is walk up and say hi. I thought my knees would stop shaking. I think I got all these noise symbols after my eyes just by going near them, so clearly there's gotta be some kind of merit to that mindset. Hey, it's totally not the same character that we saw a while ago, just with different color clothes. I feel like the Hachiko Cafe needs to try a bit harder if they want to call this a special menu. It's pretty damn boring. I guess we could fight a few more of these wolves, just a couple more. Or the noise symbols that contain the wolves at least.
I don't have time for uninspiring integers. We've got this in the bag.
I want to say that this probably is the exact same configuration that we found when we first ended up. Oh shit. Did fucking enemy model get pinned down that time?
Exquisite timing. We got this.
Ooh, not too damn bad. I guess we'll charge this up first. That might be a better idea. That was certainly enough to just murder that wolf. And now we have the special charged up. So I guess just immediately pop on this next encounter.
No sweat for Fred.
Oh, they come with a jelly this time. I was kind of wondering if the same trick that you can do with the... Oh shit. Didn't expect it to be the generic special that time. I thought I had the fire one charged up.
Nice one, Red Dude.
Stupid such simple equation.
Nice.
Ooh. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what we're supposed to be doing when like somebody gets pinned or attacked like that, given that it feels like some of the party members that are vulnerable at any given time are not the one that you're controlling, so it just kind of makes me wonder how much you can actually do to keep them safe.
I feel like we deserve better.
Yeah, we didn't really get anything new from that, but at least we got some levels. Ooh, we're actually about to level up the that natural puppy pin from that guy. We should probably acknowledge that. Look at that line outside the cafe. I guess this is the cafe. Yeah, I guess it actually says Hachigo Cafe on top of here. Well, we better look into that.
Hey.
Get a load of this line. All these people and the place isn't even open yet. Do you want to check it out? I mean...
Gotta focus.
Not this time, I guess, and I will tempt fate a little bit, as this might not be quote-unquote the most optimal way to proceed right now by fighting another 2-chain reduction.
Just be careful.
And see if I can max out at least one of these pins that I have equipped right now. It seems like it would probably be a good idea. Damn it. I thought I was targeting somebody else, but I better go ahead and target these guys. There actually was pretty good timing, given that where I guess two of those enemies were both targeting one of my teammates and also were closer together so that they could be all hit at once with this big AoE kind of attack. I feel like I didn't finish that thought that I had earlier, but I was like trying to ask myself, I wonder if you can do the same trick as in the original, where if you leave the jellies alone long enough, it'll actually multiply. Oh shit. I feel like I probably should have targeted the grizzly before I did that, but oh well. I think it's actually kind of ironic that I guess you get the grizzly introduced to you as a regular enemy before you do the wolves. Like, you can coordinate yourself quite well against all of these enemies, no matter what happens, but I guess the grizzly is supposed to be the tougher one, technically. Let's see.
Let me think this through.
Well, let's go ahead and change this pin now, since I'm pretty sure it's mastered by this point. It is indeed mastered. Are you sure that's new? I guess what we can try to do is try to use this one again, but not master it this time. I don't know if that would really work out all that great. But in the face of the lack of better options, I guess we can at least give it a try. Like, what happens if we just say no when we get to the you're about to master the spin screen? We might as well test it out now. Oh, this song. I'm pretty sure I have yet to hear in any context so far.
Sup?
Kids trying to get through the center street. Oh god, it sounds a little bit like the fucking Donkey Kong Game Boy 98 final confrontation track. At least the beginning does. And you're trying to hold us back until we meet your objective. We've done this before. Go shopping at 10-4 and get me some Jolly Bicot to wear. Can we just buy a new t-shirt or something? Well, just pick up one piece of J Bicot and you'll be ready to go. Looking forward to seeing what you pick up, of course.
Yeah.
One person, one piece of brand name clothing. So go out there and build it again, JB. So I guess we're actually gonna be introduced to threads now. Not too sure exactly how they're going to affect things in this game, but I can try to take a guess. And yeah, look who it is.
Quay?
Definitely all by herself. What did he say? Quay?
My.
My. Is that supposed to be like an ara thing? And goes the letter hunt. Yeah, we're making tons of progress, or just telling her straight up that we're not doing things the way we're supposed to. You know, we're technically rivals, but if you ever need to talk about something, I'm always happy to listen. Yeah, this doesn't seem fishy in the slightest. Have you heard anything about a new player? Only a few whispers, though. You're trying to find them too, well... I can't say that we are not actively anyway, but I'm keeping an eye out just in case. Because you think they could pose a threat? I mean, yeah, you're the one who's putting out all this information now. Varia Beauties and I have been going strong together for a while now. Wouldn't want to jeopardize that balance by adding a new player to the mix, or would you? It's one thing to welcome someone you know and trust into the fold, but bringing a total stranger on board is a much riskier endeavor.
Right.
I'm not sure how safe you boys are all by your lonesome. Even I guess nobody can acknowledge the fact that Minamimoto's with us. I guess anyone has yet to do that. Reaching out to someone new might be a risk worth taking.
Right?
Right. I think we should invite this new player to join us, but someone just won't listen. But what are you gonna do about the mission? We'll take a hit today, but with the aid of our new ally, we'll be back in top tomorrow. Well, even though we've just been talking about how that's a complete crapshoot, what we end up doing with that new teammate, even if that person does end up showing up. Will Reaper told me the new player's got a pretty monstrous pin collection. Maybe they aren't so new to the game after all. What's he on here, Bo? Being a real pin enthusiast. Yeah, that's the only way that that could possibly be interpreted. That statement wasn't vague on purpose or anything. I guess we'll find out. What if you're not right? What if we don't find them? Maybe we're gonna keep searching tomorrow.
Alright, come on!
If these mystery players got a ton of pins, then they're probably super experienced. So we're just mooching off of other, more experienced players. Is our entire strategy so far. Alright, here we go. Now that we short in cash, we can sell some of the extra pins that we got back there. I guess you do have to... Do you have to go at the go to a store to sell all your pins? You can't just do it on the this menu. Hold on. I have a bunch of extras for this one, but if we do the abilities thing, it just shows you this. Minamimoto has the aerial assault ability with this pin, I guess, whatever that means. This one gives Minamimoto aerial assault. Oh wait, no, never mind. I think I'm reading this wrong. I think Minamimoto has aerial assault right now, but this just shows you like which ones... Oh fuck, wrong button. Which ones are active at the moment. So this pin, I guess, yeah, this one here has aerial assault. Greatly increases attack when the enemy is in the air. I thought it was the other way around, like you couldn't hit the enemy when they were in the air, but... Well, let's actually go here this time. What are we checking out?
Rindo.
I've been thinking, how are we supposed to buy clothes when no one in the RG can see us? Oh, I'm gonna address these two as well. Mind the long faces, chums. Oh, you certainly came in out of nowhere. It occurred to me that I forgot to explain how bartering works in the UG. See this sticker posted here? Oh, that looks different. In a retailer that sports this sticker serves players and RG folks alike. So clearly that means that they're all in on the... what's what I'm looking for? The con. I don't know. The racket. At least now we can shop till we drop. Or at least until we completely run out of money and get indebted. Press the A button, press the inside and reverse. Contactless payment is the only method of monetary transfer accepted in this part of town. Press the X button inside the shop to sell extra pins to pull ship. Okay, so you do have to go to the shop to sell your extra pins this time instead of just us being able to do it from the menu, it seems. Gatonero, Topo, or Jolly Bicot 10-4 branch. Let's take a look at this one first. Let's be a maverick. And go in the opposite order. Hi, Miki Sionji. How much money do we have right now? We have 1,000 yen. So how do we sell off our stuff? Here we go. We have a good chunk of these 100 yen pins. Might as well clean that out at least a little bit. I'll sell... I mean, not sell in like changes in more convenient increments. Not yet, at least. And we get a single 5,000 yen pin, a single 1,000 yen pin, and of these 500 yen pins. So we can't really afford to sell too many of those just like that. We can sell some extras of this, but I don't know if you really want to do that quite yet. We can probably sell off some extras of this. We have like a bunch of them. Let's sell off that many. And we have a little bit more spending money. We can sell off at least a couple of these too. We're almost to 10,000, wow. Alright, style 24, so I guess our required stuff to be able to wear clothes is no longer bravery, but style. So we can't use, like one person among us can use
Something catch your eye?
more than one of these. Window defense boost, window attack boost, turnabout strength, slightly increases attack when outnumbered. Sure. Oh dear, I get the feeling that the style, like friggin' what's his face in the middle, Fred literally can't wear any of these. Reno can only wear one. It's not even one of the ones that he would actually get a unique benefit from. Actually, never mind, yes it is, but I feel like I don't really want to spend that right now. Well, we need to spend on one specific thing right now, so let's check the difference in prices too. What is Topo? Is that actually the brand? Oh yeah, so it is. I mean, Topo means small in Spanish. I don't think that's supposed to correspond to anything in particular here. Okay, so once again, we only got one thing that we can really make use of here, and it's this. Lovely legs of yours, even though those pants don't really seem like they would really leave a lot of your legs uncovered, but what do I know?
Farewell.
Yeah, let's just spend on what we're supposed to for now.
Well, howdy.
Oh, howdy. Brina todo. Todo means everything in Spanish. It really looks like we can't wear anything from... Like, we can't wear most things that we can buy from one of these places. Anyhow. Rich jeans, dazzling cap, dazzling denim cap. You get a few different color options too, really, though. I mean, I get the feeling we can't actually change that. And also the pin cherry bomb, which I guess we don't have any of. I kind of wish that I could see whether or not I have any copies of the items that I'm looking at, but... if there is a display for that, I'm not really seeing it. Let's buy one of these and see if we can put that to the test. Let's actually buy the cap, even though we can't actually wear the cap. We're supposed to be able to wear that, it seems, even though we literally can't. Like, none of us have a high enough style
Y'all come back now.
to wear any of these. Threads you purchase. Yada yada yada. Okay, so you can wear these things even if you don't have enough style.
Let me think this
Let's take a look. Threads. We got our categories. We only got one piece of clothing that any of us can use. And we'll use this as relative terms, I guess. A relative term. Well, we can equip that even if we don't actually have enough style to do anything with it. Now look out, Center Street, here we come. Oh dang. Sounds like that Hadigo Cafe is really hopping. The promotional menu is almost gone. Oh no.
How come?
Get that it's a limited time thing, but do you really think it's worth waiting in that huge line? Yes, not. Well, let's see. People are saying something about a voucher. A voucher for what? Special menu is part of a promotion for a game or something. I'm rushing over there to pick up a voucher and snag some swag. And they're almost sold out.
Give me a break.
If only someone had said that earlier. But also sudden new information incoming. New part of town opened up. No need to sweat when you're with threat. Oh jeez. I don't think I ever heard you say that, but I've only known you for about 3 hours. But yeah, let's go. I mean, we have to go right next to this cafe area to be able to access the next part of town that we're supposed to go to, it seems. Isn't it about time for lunch? I'm so hungry, I'm practically gonna die again. I guess I better just make jokes about this. That place has got one of those stickers, let's eat there. Oh, probably a good idea to do that after we get a bit more extra money. Or because we got a bit more extra money left. Eating at Shibuya's many restaurants can increase your party members' basic stats. Okay, so the threats and the food stuff still pretty much works the same. Once their fullness is maxed out, they won't be able to chow down again until they've worked up an appetite after a few battles. All party members must order something when dining out. Oh boy, so this might end up being a little bit pricey maybe? Let's see. So how does this work out? Justice Burger. Not Sunshine Burger. Leveling up will only increase your HP, but dining at restaurants will give your stats a permanent boost. Like, it's always a stat thing. It's not just a thing that you can pretty much throw away on sync rate. I guess sync rate doesn't really play that big of a role in this. At least not so far. Try a variety of dishes for a big boost. So let's take a look. We're supposed to like order one thing for everybody. +4, defense +2. Well, we have enough money to pretty much get any combination of this. That we want, I think. So HP +6, +4. I think we have plenty of HP, so that's the thing that we should probably be least concerned about. Let's get the superhero soda for this guy. Let's get Fearless Fish Wedge for this guy, and Cheese Champion for this guy, sure. And I guess their expression is supposed to tell you like how much they enjoy each of the food items, which I think does have an actual impact on something, but oh, he likes the fries. Maybe I should give him the fries. And the Justice Juice. Hey, that actually does give you an actual stat improvement. Maybe I should give him that and then give him something different. I mean, he seems like he has the most style out of everyone here so far, so maybe just give him this instead, even though it seems like this one just gives you more... Let's give him this, because I feel like this one just gives you more benefits for pretty much the same cost, except for the fullness thing.
Can I take your order?
And as for this... Okay, he likes that. Does he like this? He does like that, okay, let's give him that then. I guess I must assume that that means... that expression means he likes it. Doesn't like that one. Well, this one, I guess, must be the one that he likes the most. So let's do it like this. Seems like a good deal.
Well, let's eat.
Man, I am starving! Oh,
This tastes pretty good.
Doesn't taste that bad.
Alright. I guess we can keep on doing that if we want to get more stat boosts, and we probably should do that thing. If the restriction... or keep doing this, I mean. If the restriction is pretty much the same as... no one likes this? Hold on. Do you like this? He does like that, or at least a little bit. And we can probably do this in a different way. Okay, that's the expression that means he doesn't care, and that's the expression that means that he actually does like it, so... Probably give him this again, or this one, which is technically a different one.
Man, I am starving!
Let's eat.
Doesn't taste
This
that
tastes
bad.
pretty good.
Pretty tasty.
I really thought we had more HP than we did. Well, I guess Minami Mod is supposed to have like significantly higher stats than the other two, but I guess that means that we should invest in getting more HP to the other characters. You like this, you do like this. Can I get you this? Can I get you this? No, not that. God damn it. Can I get you this? Nope, he doesn't like that one. Doesn't like the burgers. Do you like the fish sandwich? No. He likes the fries or the juice? Let's just get him this again, and I think we're not really gonna be able to finish up another order after this one, so...
Well, let's eat.
Man, I am starving!
Doesn't taste that
Oh
bad.
man, I can't get enough! That really hits the spot!
Can I get this guy some style booster? Well, he doesn't really like that. But oh well, maybe he just needs to suck it up. Let's get them like something that they'll hate, except we can't actually complete the order. Let's see, which one do you hate? Let's get them shit that they hate just to see how that changes things. I mean, this is one of the more expensive orders that we placed here so far, it seems.
Man, I am starving!
Well, let's eat.
Anyone want the rest of mine?
This is fine.
Better wait until you're hungry again. Okay, so if your fullness is not completely 100%, you can still place a full order. But hey, we did the thing. Hey, it's Rock and Roll Part 2.
Yep.
It is literally the same one that I said sounded like the Donkey Kong 98 song before, didn't it? I'm sure Johnny B appreciate the business. You may not have a modeling career in your future, well.
Really?
That was a weirdly specific request to get a commission, though. We also got another 5,000 yuan, so that's probably a good idea. Oh, and we got another store here. Yes, we could check out the stores if only to do that. Hey, it's just like... we can fight, or not fight, but buy the little tutorial books. Got a bunch of new releases including a green one. Evolving pins. Some pins can be evolved once they level up, while others must first meet certain requirements. It's not very clear what these requirements are supposed to be, though. Like, why sometimes they get the evolve prompt and sometimes they don't. Elements... status ailments, experience points... killing it in combat. I guess we can, like, combine the... what do we call it? Combine the... for example, the Ice Riser move that launches your enemy up into the air, and the stone thingy that's supposed to hurt more when your enemy is in the air. And yeah, we know about that. I tell you what evolves in, but they might not evolve if you don't have the book. I don't think that would affect, like, having the book would affect anything, but I'm pretty sure that if this is anything like the tutorial items in the first game, I'm pretty sure that the description is all that this tells you. I'm gonna confirm it right now, as a matter of fact. It's sold out, and if I look at that in the menu now...
Let me think this through.
and it should show up here in the records, and there it is. It's up to you whether or not to evolve a pin. Hold on a moment. I guess it technically doesn't really tell me anything on that second page, but if... I guess technically I can't look at the second page of the book.
Have a nice day.
On that screen, so... I don't know, I guess some information might be hidden that way, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that having the book or not is not actually going to affect whether or not I can do the evolutions. We finally made it. Time to find our Pinthusiast pal. How about we scan the area first? We'll let them do the thinking for us, while we just kick back and scan. I don't think that's quite how that works. It seems like
Let's have a look.
pretty poor plan, but well, let's just start reading scans. Generate ones. Smile and tell your friends you guys got there. Oh gee. Doesn't seem like a very healthy way to address things, but well, I guess we're also gonna have to clear out some of these noise things since this
Sorry, but you're no match for me.
this particular screen seems to be a big fan of the abruptly shifting Resident Evil camera angles. I have to remind myself what the pins that I have equipped even are. Oh shit. I get a feeling that might, in fact, that stone pin seems to be a bit more effective against the flying enemies. Might have something to do with it doing so much damage against stuff like the jellies.
Naturally.
Well, not specifically flying enemies, but like it said, enemies that are in the air.
Gotta focus.
Maybe we can learn about HF hoodies. Hog Fang hoodies are the best type item as big as I can get them. Hog Fang needs to be completely capitalized. Ooh. Galaxy Brain activates. Guess we're about to do some kind of reminder. What kind of reminder would we actually be able to do though? Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of noise around here. I'm pretty sure we saw that already. As it explains how to evolve pins. I mean, it's given me the option to evolve pins sometimes, not all the time. Not sure like what all the deciding factors would be, or any of them for that matter quite yet. That determines whether or not you can evolve a pin once you get to the mastering ports, when you get the comp to it, I guess. I guess when they have this animation here, the jellies, they don't count as if they were in the air. And it seems to me that they're always floating, no matter what their animation is. And there we go. I mean, I knew the pin on the left there that just got mastered couldn't evolve. Hope we get another 1,000 yen. Better go ahead and swap that out now, though. Are you a max of 3 combo count for chaining then? Like chaining the chain battles? I don't think that's the case. I haven't really like tested out how many of those you can do in a row at this point. Can't receive they have evolution, so I'm pretty sure that if you just look at this, it tells you evolution no, evolution yes, evolution no, but that's pretty much all it tells you, so it doesn't tell you like you have to do X thing to get the evolution to trigger or anything like that. Not quite sure what the deciding factor is when that can actually happen or not. I'm gonna try this one out. I'm pretty sure they haven't actually tested this pin at all yet. This one is one that I've mastered before, but I guess I did get the evolution prompt for that one, and I did evolve it once. So I guess what I'm waiting to do right now is see if I can get that prompt again, but actually not evolve it this time, and just see what that implies. Or implicates, or what have you. In the original world in Suit, you had to buy an upgrade to make infinite chains. I mean, if I remember, you can't actually make infinite chains. You can make up to, like the default chain limit is 4, and the upgrade that you can buy is for up to 16. But, I mean, the likelihood that you're gonna be able to make a 16 chain at all in the first place is pretty low.
Gotta focus.
But that does come in useful for raising up the drop multiplier.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. As to these valleys are today's enemy, I live every day to the fullest. Goodbye, died. Alright. Let's fight a grizzly and see. Make sure that I just switched over to a new pin for window. Let's see what this one does. Does it still have the same? Yeah, it does have the same contest, so it's a freaking... the drill thing that I very briefly looked at before. Which is like 3 lunges in a row.
Not too shabby. Gotta focus.
I'm hitting by 5 guys so far. Just need 1 more to beat my 1-day record. Well, speaking of numbers, because we had to read that. Once talked to me, let alone looked my way. Do these people not realize they have a famous actress in their midst? Well,
Let's have a look.
it feels like more or less the simple. I guess you can't see like all of these things that you can't read on the screen at the same time if there's X amount of them.
Gotta focus.
Can I go far enough over in that direction that I will be able to read those guys without... I'll probably will help that I'm farther away from the noise. And slam meatball looks so delicious, but that rice has so many carbs. Although it's also full of fiber, right? Which makes it like super healthy. Well, that's one way to look at it. That pin. Wait, what was the actual handle thing for this one? Mine's not made up, alright. Donbury Town. I'm gonna get a Grand Slam meatball. I'm pretty sure that we just heard another person talking about that. I've gone to glasses stores and trying on all the different frames. Oh, jeez. I guess that is something that somebody could do if they didn't actually need graduated glasses. But, I mean, those fucking frames are expensive. I feel like they're one of the more expensive parts of actually having a new pair of glasses made. Where do they get their urchin from? Also, since we've been scanning people for a while, and I feel like we haven't really found out all that much. We could try to go into one of these other food places, but...
Have a seat.
Well, the fullness does go down. Better wait until you're hungry again.
Welcome. Come back
We
soon.
got a few different places that we can eat at in here, it seems. What about the Shepherd House first?
Hello!
Oh, Shepherd House, the actual brand. There you go, I didn't realize that. And we wear any of these. Apparently we can't wear any of these, but we can buy another pin. I feel like I shouldn't necessarily concentrate on buying pins at the
Come again!
clothing shops right now, though. Like in theory, it would be more practical to buy more clothes, but we do need to raise up the style stat for the time being, it seems. I was the only one who has a mostly workable one for the majority of these items right now is Minamimoto. Everyone comes pre-distressed, whatever that means. I mean, I could get this for someone if I could actually afford it right now.
Yeah, thanks.
That's a thing that actually could be worn. Shiibu. All this alleys, like, oh, there's a big noise there. See that in just a second if I realize that this guy over here doesn't have anything to say, and apparently he doesn't, so... Big noise time it is.
Well, you asked for it.
Let's do this!
I'm pretty sure I mentioned a while ago when I fought the only other pig noise that we've located that Well, the track that's playing right now, I'm pretty sure is a remix of a track from the first game called All Parts, but I think I read recently that apparently All Parts, where it's like OP Arts, is supposed to be some kind of weird acronym type thing where the OOP part of it means out of place, but apparently I think I just remember that I think the arts part of it is supposed to mean artifacts. Like alien things, or something like that. Probably. It would be a tragedy if the nuke wasn't enough to kill this thing.
Not too shabby.
Onion. Even though, to be fair, I think I remember the onion pins being, ironically enough, a little bit rarer than some of the other ones. Okay, I think this through that, which I mean, let me find the correct button to go ahead and do the... what's it called? The scan again. Guess I'll bide my time at the arcade. Looks like a new shop shutters and get replaced every week. I better make sure my favorite store is next. The third Ravens are smart enough to remember people's faces, which makes me think of this one that keeps eyeing me. Maybe it wants to be friends, or maybe it thinks I look tasty. 5 stars for glutton for gluten? That won't last long. What a bottle of that dream juice, just so I could say I tried it, but now that I see it up close, I'm having second thoughts. Well, kind of have to wonder how you're supposed to use a product that calls itself that, but... been pretty much up and down this place for a while.
Gotta focus.
Oh, there is this. We didn't find this before. Top. Player 004. Now what could that be about? Can't scan those guys for some reason. Guys with the baseball caps. Maybe that means they're players like us. Got the same pins and everything. Oh.
Correct.
Wonder what brought them here. Are they snooping for clues about the mission? And why are they inspecting each person that passes?
Oh man.
Could they be looking for the new player too? Should we reduce them to 0 before they expand?
Rindo.
Those limited edition pins are available at Tokyo Hands. Maybe the players headed over there to grab some. Right in front of Tipsy Toes Hole.
Yeah.
Hang on.
What if we run into that other team? What do we do then? We crunch, even though we don't really know if he would actually be able to stand up to any other actual players so far. Who could the mystery player be? It totally couldn't be somebody obvious at this point. And I guess we really did have to find those guys because we can't do the like memory projection thing right now. Oh, here we are in the very bendy buildings district. That line was wild. I mean, tell me about it. I spent 3 hours in a line earlier today. So I could get something that would help me not die. Looks like the place is swarming with pin collectors. Gonna need to look real hard to find that player. This perspective is just weird.
Gotta focus.
We could try to find a player, or we could try to clean out the noise in the area a little bit. Let's try to read some people, and if we end up fighting noise, then that's just how it's gonna be. No ranks for newbie plant bombs who can't even keep a cactus alive. I mean, are cacti supposed to be notorious for being easy to keep alive? I mean, they live in deserts, so you would think that they would need a lot of water, but still. Feels like cacti would probably require at least a little bit more care than maybe some other things. Underestimate, overeat, I'll say. He can barely make his own meals, let alone dress himself in the morning. Am I his girlfriend or his mother? Also, Hannah. Did I say something to offend her? I'll treat her to some jerky later. That seems like a layered statement. When I went home, Mom said I looked like I'd grown into myself, but nothing about me has changed. She's the one who bought me these clothes. Also meat. I need some meat ASAP. I could eat every dish on SBI Barbecue's menu. Actually, that sounds like a good idea. I mean, if you can afford it and not throw up. Might not be an entirely out-of-line notion. Alright, I guess we're... There we go, fighting.
Well, you asked for it.
At least for a little bit.
Okay, we got this. How's that? Let's keep it going! Too many such simple equations.
We got multiple Grizzlies in one.
How's that? Let's keep it going!
One encounter. I don't think that's happened before. So the paradigm might be shifting at least a little bit.
No sweat for Fred! Nailed it! Perfecto! Such simple equations! Nice!
How much did I just... Oh, whoops. I waited just a little bit longer. I probably could have gotten away with that.
Not bad, I'd say. Not too shabby.
I mean, we didn't find anything new as far as the... Fuck. Hold on a moment. Okay, never mind. I guess it just decided to lag out a little bit in that end screen. I kinda wanted to look at the pins that I got, but... Just crying tears of joy. That's gonna be one hell of a pin. Oh boy. So that's what that's about. Yeah, I wanted to see what pin drops I got, but I guess it just kinda lagged out and... Wouldn't really... acknowledge immediately when I pressed A to get out of that, just to see if I could get it to kind of prod and do anything. Oh well. There'll be like 1,000 people here. Only 1,000, that's nothing. All waiting to get, what does that say? Elegant strategy pin. Have you heard of this thing before? Well... Any sign of that player? Well, not back there. Not involving the noise encounters that we just had. Can we mess with the shops right now, even though it looks like... would make sense if there was some kind of blockage on that right now, simply because of the... what's it called? Simply because of the fact that there's apparently a bunch of people here to grab stuff in the plot. Guess we can buy more copies of these, even though... we have these ones mastered. Oh, I just realized that the ones that we actually have copies of at all are marked by like a little check mark thing instead of a number telling you like you have this much of this item.
Hello.
This thing is not really cheaper here, is it? Nope. Still can't really make use out of most of these things, except for this one, question mark.
Take your time. Thanks a lot for coming.
Well, let's go ahead and trigger this event. See what we get.
All right.
Any later and we would have missed out. Our minds. Wonder if that player ended up getting their hands on one. Wonder if that player could be standing behind us right now as a vaguely defined grey silhouette. Did you hear something? Well, I just heard goodbye happiness I barely knew ye and 3 very faint bubble pop-ups. It is too great for me to bear. A little louder this time. Perhaps I ought to simply end it all, I guess. Some of these things are being combined this time. I fail to see how my lot could get any worse. Time to become even more anime than we already were. We collided, how is this possible? It's it's you. Tried insult to injury, have you? This time I come prepared. I shall pay for my misery. I'm pretty sure that we heard her say these things in the intro cutscene for this chapter.
Here I go again, getting all worked up and strolling into the mind of a stranger.
What does that even mean?
Today is unequivocally the worst.
This is why I didn't want to get involved.
For the record, I didn't ask for this either.
Huh? Am I hearing things? I already have enough on my plate keeping an eye on that Minamoto guy. I really don't need any more loose cannons in my life.
Your words wound too harshly. I've done nothing to you. Until now. Now you show no punishment for hindering my pursuit of happiness. You'll rue the day you mocked me for failing to obtain that ES pin.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think this girl's got the wrong idea.
Speaking of which, who would dare deny anyone the delights of elegant strategy? Only a degenerate ape, that's who!
This whole mess is Fred's fault anyway. And Minamoto's only around to cause trouble.
And then you have the nerve to blame everyone but yourself!
No! I was against this from the beginning. Even if everything goes south, it won't be my fault.
Enough! I've grown weary of your moaning. This whole Reaper's game is most detestable. I give it a negative 200 out of 10. My worst ever review. So edgy. 'Tis I, Nagi the Edgelord.
Well, you heard it here first.
And now my edgy wrath.
What?
Wrath!
My head. I can barely think straight. Everything's fading. Am I dying? No. Come on. Not like this. Hang on. I'm having some serious deja vu. This happened before. Can I make sure it doesn't? Think, Rindo, think. What did she keep talking about? Something like elegant strategy. What if I can get her that pin?
Well, we saw one of those text boxes before the other one, but alright. I guess we're meant to process this tutorial pop-up first. We're going to travel through time. The actions you take and information you learn will affect the time frames to which you can return. Some areas may be off limits when you roll back the clock. We can go back to 1 o'clock Tipsy Toes Hole. And I suppose I shall have to go through with this gambit. Instead of focusing on that search, we're gonna focus on getting this thing first. This is
Dang.
possibly a little too far ahead to really get a leg up on this thing, but unless we decide to become a filthy delinquent. Haven't I heard this before? I have heard this before. I must have gone back in time even though. I guess the thing that he saw at the very beginning was like a flash forward instead of a result of him going back in time, or maybe he just doesn't realize. Who knows? Why don't we buy one of those pins? Or we're supposed to buy them and not be a thing like the promotion that we were talking about earlier. There's something fishy about that pin. We might even bump into that new player while we're there. Well, that was easier than I thought. I just hope I'm on the right track here. I suppose the fact that I made it back to this point in time specifically means that this gives me at least a chance of success. What the hell's an elegant strategy anyway? Looks like it started off as a mobile game. Its charming cast of characters capture the hearts of players worldwide, so it's basically some flashy dating scene. Oh boy, this might be another reference, but if that's what it is, then this one probably will go over my head. The franchise has expanded to include animated adaptations, novelizations, and live-action films. Fancy ES is growing fame as a double-edged sword. Thrilled though they are with its acclaim, they lament the shortage of ES merch due to increased demand. Oh, I bet that's the only thing that they would complain about on the internet. Getting our hands on that pin is gonna be tough. Don't know how I did it, but I managed to turn back time. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, then things will just end up the same as before. Let's go get that pin. It's just gonna be as simple as just walking into the store, and I guess now we can change the time thing a little bit if I press Y. Seems like something like that's going on. But yeah, surely it can't be as simple as just going into the store and buying something. Is this the line for that exclusive pin? This is where you hand in your voucher, so I guess we have to maybe go back. Farther back, so that we can get a voucher from the restaurant or something. Looks like we're out of luck. We're handing out vouchers at Hachiko Cafe. That promo dealio we were talking about before. We're too late, or are we? I have to get my hands on that voucher. I mean, if you can go, just keep going back in time. It's one of those things where it's like, it makes you question everything, the mechanics of. If you can do this at will, and you can pretty much control what parts of the past you want to reach into because of regret or whatever. It's like the freaking character in Misfits who can travel back in time to moments he can feel regret about. Like, what are the actual limitations? It feels like they should theoretically be not as many as would, I don't know, implicitly be required to just be able to break the whole premise.
We're going again.
Or at least in this case, it's somewhat justified just by the fact that I guess each one of these other wrongs needs additional knowledge. But then again, doesn't he have the knowledge that he's stuck in this shitty game that he is being forced to play because he died without realizing it? Well, here we are again. Those losers almost took every seat at the cafe. Are they like tourists or something? Gee, I wonder who they might have been talking about there.
Rindo. Heard them saying they were glad they lined up at Hachiko Cafe.
So let's go do the same thing. For no particular reason, even though I think that he actually said that he didn't want to do that earlier. We need a voucher from the cafe to get that pin we heard about. There's only so many to go around. The less competition we have, the better. And if we do get our hands on one of those vouchers, maybe we'll run into that other player. Yeah, that makes sense. From this far back. Don't really get what's going on, but I mean... if you're just gonna agree with that, might as well just say, hey, we should do this thing, and just trust me, this is gonna help us later on. Don't question it. Says the promotional menu sold out. Big group must have snagged the last vouchers, so dudes with baseball caps, I guess. So what do we do now? Do we go even further back in time and get in line before them, even though that seems like what we were trying to do in this particular time frame.
We'll change our fate.
In the first place. We need to travel 4 minutes before death. Maybe then we'll be able to do something more significant. Get a load of this line. All these people and the place isn't even open yet. Dang. Time to think of a way to thin out this line. Do you want to check it out?
Nah. Huh?
The cafe, well, just come up with another excuse now. I haven't talked to Canon yet in this timeline, so... Players like us are just stuck here in the UG, right? That looks the places we can go. Maybe the player we're looking for is in that cafe.
Quay?
Seems like a, yeah, quay? I guess that's what he's supposed to be saying. It seems like definitely more of a stretch at this point in time than anything. This is before we learned how shopping works, thanks to that guy. Just pretend that you figured it all out. You can only go into stores marked with a Reaper sticker. So yeah, we should totally look here first. This certainly defies all probability. The kid might be something special if he's already factored them into the equation. I guess it's not very clear whether or not Minamimoto is aware of the time jumps as well, or if I guess he's as clueless as Fred seems to be. How do I do this? Well, who goes there? But yeah, something ain't right. You can see us.
Huh? Yes.
Part of that new team, I presume. Do you have business with the DRS? Whatever that stands for. Any integers belonging to another set are ripe for deletion. Does that mean that we're gonna have some kind of bloody brawl here in the street to ensure that you won't be able to get this special pin voucher before us? You sound like quite the hot-headed bunch. Perhaps you gotta cool off. Oh boy, are we actually gonna fight?
Sorry, but you're no match for me.
Deep River Society, oh jeez. I feel like just basing those words together, I can guess what the shtick is supposed to be. Alright.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going.
Oh, whoops. I was charging up the wrong attack there.
Let's keep it going. It's crunch time.
Totally, it does apparently take a while to take down any of these guys, though. Bit more than what I was anticipating, perhaps. Oh, there we go. I might as well drop one of these specials just so we can. And there we go. Okay, I guess doing the combo thing and making sure that some of these characters are just on the ground, or not on the ground, but the opposite of that, in the air before we drop the battle zone, or trying to make it so that that's the case at least. Can make things a bit more expeditious. Threat muted.
Not too shabby.
Okay, so this time it gives me the prompt to evolve that. What if I say not now? Does it just let me master it just like that? I guess. And now we do have a mastered copy of that pin. You're quite formidable for a bunch of flotsam. You must retreat, any stragglers will get swept downstream. So maybe after killing the 3 people that I guess were the equivalent of us being able to get in there, we'll be able to get the vouchers. We're still serving that promotional menu, the one that comes with a voucher. We're down to our last one. Or I guess we're only gonna get the one voucher, even though I guess multiple people are gonna be eating. Or at least ordering the menu. It's not very clear if they actually ate it or not. Or I guess they haven't actually gotten to that part yet.
Give me a break.
You're using that one. Now we just need to head to Tipsy Toes Hole. It will be... oh, hey, we got the pin called Taper Punks. So it's the pin that specifically represents one of the brands. Turn to Tokyo Hands and pick up the pin... well, can we... if we jump forward in time from here, I guess that probably would make sense. We can hold on to that other item that we acquired from this version of the past, but I guess this is actually mastered now. Yeah, it is mastered. So now we have a mastered copy of this pin. Maybe I have the Taylor Punks one. Is that recommended for, oh whoops, for anyone right now? However, not for him or for him, kind of for him, but it's apparently gonna take quite a long while to level up this pin. So what can I focus on in the meantime? Attack up. suppose. I mean, sure. Is what I would say if this thing we're actually mastered at this point, so I think my main concern right now would just be like, what can I change this guy to? I guess this is gonna be the same input. This seems like a good rhythm. Random, I guess random is just like a random pin that this guy can use his showcase there. Doesn't really mean anything different. Let's just keep it like that for now. Can't talk to this guy anymore, I guess. Can read the blue skies. Mind read. Never seen the sky so blue and the sun so bright it hurts my eyes. Is this what happens when you work all night? Probably. Or just work anywhere where the sun doesn't shine.
We're going again.
Yes, we're going to the future again. Tipsy Toes Hall. We're here now. That's I guess this is not a place worth going to. Again, we have to specifically go to Tipsy Toes Halls for Tokyo Hands. And I guess we just end up trading the voucher for one of those pins. I mean, if all these other people were able to get the pin with the voucher and all that stuff, it kind of makes me wonder why Nagi wasn't able to get that by herself.
Dang.
Huh?
All that time forget I said anything. Oops. I've been through so much. I wonder if it's like the movie Click, where if you like travel forward in time, you just like go on autopilot and just become an emotionless husk until you get to your position in the future that you're trying to travel to. Okay, that was simple, I guess. I mean, the way that those characters earlier made it sound, it was like they didn't actually have enough pins even for everyone that had a voucher, so it's kind of surprising that we were able to just like very easily get it just like that. When did we get the pin? Does it seem special to you? Pretty sure this is the one we need. It's not clear what we need it for yet, technically. But time to use that Elestra pin to change our fate by staying right here, I suppose. All that's left to do is to head back to where I left off, which is to say, time travel yet again. This time going forward in time to the place where we actually can't change our fate, oh boy. I'm pretty sure that change fate is literally... I was making a joke about Ghost Trick earlier, but change fate I'm pretty sure is another thing that you literally just see in that game. When you change stuff in the past and affect the future. So let's go. Alright.
Yep.
Good thing we lined up at the cafe when we did. Our minds, I still don't know what the hell that sentence means, or that very small clause. It's not even a clause, there's no verb there, never mind, that very small phrase. How does the phrase our minds relate to anything else in that sentence? Or that piece of conversation? Good for us since we got one too, so what now? Well, time to get another play out of this scene.
Yeah.
Let's act much the same way as before. Maybe better than you think. It can't be that bad if you get one of these. It's a limited edition elegant strategy pin, and I guess it's just like playing completely along now. It would truly bestow such an incredible gift upon a plebeian wretch like me. Are you sent from the heavens? I feel like this is one of those scenes that was shown in the promo stuff, but I can't remember if I remember it being actually voice acted or not. I guess it wasn't, if you're not hearing it now. Who are you? Well, I guess you're forever indebted to me now, so... And you gave the girl this pin, I'm guessing that means she's a new player we've been looking for. Well, probably. This all happens in perfect order of causality. Who may I offer my thanks for this boon? Name's Tosai Sawa, but my friends will call me Fred. The thing about that pin is... oh. Well... Lord Window, is it?
Well met.
I'm Nagi Usui. Take a look at my phone charm, I guess. Completely arbitrarily. I can make the freaking stupid catbot face. No name puns, no silliness, just Nagi. I mean, what else are you... what's that supposed to mean? Is it supposed to be easy to make a pun out of that name by itself? I feel like that's gonna completely go over... at least it's completely going over my head if that's the case. Thank you once again for providing me with the pain of my dreams. I shall do my utmost to repair these dead someday, kind sir. And also you suck over there. It's just me, but I'm sensing some friction here. Normal deviate as far as psych users go. Will fit right in with these septograms. So she is the player we've been searching for. For once you were barking up the right tree.
Hey.
There's that pin-pinching girl. Oh boy.
What?
They must have been hunting her down this whole time. I guess maybe that's the reason why she couldn't just get that voucher herself. No need to calculate when it's time to take out the trash. I guess we're just gonna... Is the sum of angles in a rhombus 360 degrees? Well, I don't know, is it? Is it supposed to be a regular quadrangle with no crazy shit that's supposed to be fully symmetrical? If so, then the answer is probably yes. I'll factorize these folds in 1 millisecond flat. So I guess this might be the boss encounter for this chapter.
I'm all set. It's go time.
Even though it's pretty much the same kind of encounter that we had before by the looks of it, except that
Accelerate this.
we got enemy team HP, we got one more to deal with.
Got it! Nice one, Rin, dude!
Time to take out the trash.
I guess we better just carry on with this. And with this combo, and then
Regret this.
I can switch over to the big special thingy. Well, they're also kind of getting some damage in on us, but they do seem to be... Oh, Jesus Christ. To be outweighing that by a considerable margin and even, like, getting some health back. I'm pretty sure that we, yeah, did get some health back there, and I'm not quite sure exactly how that worked. Well, let's do this. Let's do the big nuke, if that's what we can actually do right now. Looks like a pretty fitting way to finish that thing off.
Not too shabby.
All in all, pretty efficient.
We won.
Wow.
Whew, got a little worried for a second there.
You did all right, kid, for a septogram.
Hey, I'll take it. What about you? How's my nah girl holding up?
Did I hear a name pun?
Whoops. Sorry about that, Nagi. Glad you didn't get hurt, though.
How could she get hurt when she was just watching from the sidelines? Does she even know how to fight?
A girl plus her pin equals X. The question is, what site does X represent?
Lord Tomonami in Dreamy 3D.
What?
What?
Huh. Maybe now's not the time for a proper numerical analysis. Farewell, fractals.
Hoppy flows like a devilishly handsome gust of wind.
So those guys called you a pin pincher.
Hey, yeah! How about it, Nagi? Think you could show us your collection?
So you might rob me of my prized possessions?
No, we won't. Pinky promise.
Can I take him at his word?
Fred's a lot of things, but he's not a thief.
Very well. Then feast your eyes upon my arsenal. I've got this exclusive pin only obtainable at ES Live, along with all 25 soundtrack pins from the Blu-ray box sets, the comic adaptation, and this not-for-sale pin I won in a contest. And here are a few I made myself. After collecting them for so long, I just had to create my own.
It's just a bunch of merch! Oh, wow! I've never seen so many pins in one place. You're so amazing, Nagi.
And on that note, I think we're gonna bounce.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold your horses there, partner! I thought the plan was to add her to the team!
Dude, did you see all those pins?
Yeah, what about them?
They're just plain old pieces of plastic. They're
That's
worthless.
not her fault. We're the ones who had the wrong idea.
But if that's all she's got, do you really think she'll be of any use to us?
Well, what have we got to lose by at least giving her a shot? Mr. Minami said she can use Sykes, just like us.
But do we really need more people? We've done fine so far.
If Mr. Minami were here, he'd say something like, "We need to bigify our numbers because math, kid!"
Still doesn't mean we should team up with every person we meet.
What bliss. Long has it been since I had someone with whom I could actually converse.
What do you mean?
Ever since yesterday, every person on the street passed straight through me. Until those Reapers accosted me, that is. Then I began hearing thoughts not my own. I traced them to their sources, entered their minds, and got ejected.
Hold up. You can go inside people's minds? That's amazing, isn't it, Rin Dude?
Yeah, you don't know the half of it. Oh, today's results are in. Looks like the Pure Hearts picked up points for taking down the target, while the Ruin Bringers maintained their lead. And we earned next to nothing.
But not actually nothing. Plus, it's all part of our strategy. I mean, how are we supposed to beat the other teams if they all outnumber us?
Okay, fair.
That's my guy! Nagi, I've got a favor to ask.
You needn't bother.
And
Those who dwell in the darkness are ill fit to befriend those who live in the light. Defying his teachings will do me little good.
Right, gotcha. So anyway, just hear me out.
I'm listening, but I wish to reiterate the fundamental incompatibility underscoring this interaction.
Cool, sure, whatever you say. So, would you, my good friend Nagi, be willing to join our team?
Perhaps you didn't hear me?
Oh, I did, loud and clear. And so did Rendo. He was listening super hard because he really wants you on board, right?
Sure.
This team of which you speak, do you mean one operating within the framework of this so-called game?
Yep, it's just us, so we're looking for some new blood. Aren't we, Rin Dude?
I mean, I guess.
This changes things. Master Rindo hath shown us great favor by endowing us with the Pin of Legend. We are indebted, and shall gladly risk life and limb to repay him. Should he require aid, we must needs oblige. But more importantly, we must needs seize the chance to gaze upon him again. We accept the young master's offer.
Technically speaking, I think I was the one who made the offer. But hey, looks like we found ourselves a new teammate, buddy! Nasty Nagi and the Wicked Twisters are gonna dominate! Woohoo!
Yeah, I sure hope so. Especially since now we're stuck with her. I mean, we barely know her. Was letting her join the right decision? Those birds. Probably nothing.
I guess the birds weren't actually supposed to just be noise birds after all. And hey, I got her. No, I guess that completely brings the voice acted part of that presumably chapter end sequence to the end. The third has joined our ranks. Won't be long until another follows suit. If Fortin Bro's prediction anything to go by. You ain't had much luck verifying that, have you? And we'll try again tomorrow. But we've met this dude who's apparently one of the people from the consistently top team. I guess we don't know who any of the other people in this team are supposed to be yet, though. Seeing as none of them are quite like him, think he could be the fourth. I don't think about him at all, not anymore. That's our fearless leader, always got a singer at the ready. Got my eye on another disc anyway. One by one, I guess this guy's not the leader then. Pieces take their place and the grid. The game's about to get interesting. And that was Deep Dive chapter end. I think I might only do a little bit more before I head out for the day. 82 day 4. I don't know how closely the structure of this game is going to be like. Well, let's watch this first.
So, we made it to day 4.
Yep,
Thanks,
we
Echo.
sure did.
Indeed. Wait, what?
Did you not get the memo? You see, the Reapers game goes for 7 days, full week, and today marks day 4. Did you miss that big broadcast the other day?
I didn't. Nor did I ask you for an explanation.
Ouch, that was frosty.
So how much do you know about the game?
Very little. I met a so-called Reaper, who gave a rather extensive exegesis. At which point my cognitive powers began to fail me.
Relatable.
'Twas not my only misfortune either. There I was, menu researched, order decided, shop location bookmarked. I'd even vowed to retire to my dorm early lest I inadvertently oversleep.
Dorm? Like college dorm?
Is there any other kind?
Nope, not that I'm aware of.
He's older than us?
Well,
Based upon your reactions just now, I presume you two to be younger than I?
Yeah, pretty sure.
As I suspected. But let that not encumber our interactions. For I am little more than a Lilliputian lover of Alestra. A wretched reverer of his radiance, Lord Tormonami.
From your pins?
One and the same. A most astute observation, Lord Rindo.
you can off take care and I may love this game. I'd see you later, Crystal Rose. Thanks for stopping by.
Look exactly like Minamimoto?
I see you too have noticed the striking similarities between them. What I wouldn't give to bask in his sublimity once more.
I mean, I guess he's a pretty cool guy.
Speaking of, when might his lordship be returning?
Hopefully sooner rather than later. I know Kanan thinks we can use the help, but is this girl really gonna do much for us? The only game she seems to care about is the one on her phone. This sucks. I mean, I doubt she'll drag us down into last place, but I don't want to think about what'll happen to us if she does. Looks like we got a message.
Yo!
Hi there.
What's going on, Wicked Twisters?
You're that guy!
I got a name, you know. Don't you remember?
No, we do. Hard to forget after you shouted it in our ears.
Oh, I like your sense of humor, bro. I like it so much, I'm gonna let you discs play a little game with me.
And what exactly would that game entail?
It's easy. I give you a mission, you complete it. See? Easy. And if you really impress me, then I'll give you some of our points free of charge.
Just like that?
Why not? Your frontier discs. You got nothing but potential. Oh, and that goes for you too, little girl, bro.
Much obliged.
I want to see what sort of move you'll make with a little incentive.
Okay, but how big of an incentive are we talking here?
Oh, sounds like you're ready to play. Now, I've got to make sure our team stays on top. So I'll set some points aside for us. The rest are yours for the taking. What do you say? That ought to at least keep you out of last place for this week, huh?
What do you think, Rin dude?
And let me remind you that you discs are in dead last! Think about it! The week's already half over, and right now you're getting sweat. But with a little help from the Ruin Bringers, who knows? You might even manage to gain a tempo or two and shoot to the top.
Long way to go.
No venture, no gains, bro.
Sure, but who says you can just give us points like that?
Us. One of the privileges me and the gang get for winning the last game.
You get to do whatever you want?
To the victor goes the spoils, including the right to rewrite the rules.
So, you're basically saying we don't have a choice here?
I ain't saying it, just strongly implying it. So what'll it be?
I don't know. It sounds fishy, but what do you think?
I mean, if it'll give us a leg up.
Bada boom! So, I've got this buddy, the OG. Upstanding guy, the OG of all trades. Thing is, he's developed a bit of a noise problem, so I need you to erase him for him.
And how are we supposed to do that?
That ain't my disc to flip, bro. Look for his little helper on Center Street. Take a scan around the board and see what you come up with. Well, your move, White!
Runebringer trash, fresh from the heap.
Hey, Mamina man! We were just talking about you.
So apparently Susukichi has a different game for us to play. He said it'll earn us a lot of points, so...
Are these zeptograms the ones that'll finally bring you out of hiding? Guess I'll just have to wait and see.
Alright, couple of implications there. And not even a single mention of the fact that freaking Shunzak or whatever his name was, his voice is just completely unfitting for his frame, but we're looking for Ryoji's little helper, but who the heck is Ryoji? I haven't the faintest idea myself. He's a friend of Susie K's, we know that much. Which means we're looking for the helper of a friend of some guy we kinda know, and now I have a headache. Well,
Indeed.
I mean, he did say to go to Center Street, didn't he? Cast of characters is expanding too rapidly to stay abreast. Well, not as rapidly as the, like, big character role that the introduction of some promo for the game would suggest. It's actually a pretty reasonable pace so far, I would say. At least we're meeting lots of new people. Ryoji is supposed to be a Ryoji of all trades, right? Maybe he's like some sort of handyman. Well, where do we start off this time? I guess that's her. Player appointed? Oh, what the hell. Interesting, we had like something like an affinity chart in this game. You can access the Thoughts tab and explore the social network. But I guess you need to complete. This is interesting. Foster relationships with the people you meet in Shibuya to earn friendship points and use those points to unlock rewards. Such as useful items and powerful skills. Try strengthening your bonds with the folks you know. Does that mean that they're grindable indefinitely? It's not very clear, but yeah, we're in Tipsy Toes Hole, we're in the same place that we ended the previous day at. I guess one thing that I should probably try to figure out is maybe move between a couple of different points. Just to see how we do. Actually, we have a new party member now, right? So that means that we should see. I guess we can use all these psychs at once after all. Support, same input support, so I guess we're... Well, which ones can she use? She can't use very many right now, it seems. I'll just keep what she has, which is the same Jolly Picot thing that... Actually, will we? That's already mastered, or we could give her one of these Cold County Cody 71, because I think that one, yeah, is a different version of this one, but we haven't technically mastered that one yet, so we should probably just go ahead and do that now. This guy keeps that one. We can't give the Tigre Punks one to anybody else, can we? Can give it to this guy, but that would probably mess up the input thing, wouldn't it? Well, what does it do? It's single use spin, it's just for healing, so yeah. I mean, what happens if I do try to... Oh, whoops, never mind. Does that mean that... No, I don't know what it means, actually. We can put this on... Okay, so if we select the pin, it shows us like who we can actually equip that pin to, I suppose. But like for this one, for example, this one or that one is only usable by this guy. This psych is only usable by him. I thought that some of these rabbit pins would be usable by multiple people, but okay, this one is apparently usable by everybody, but it's not very clear, like... What determines that? Well, I guess we'll keep it like this for now. We'll wait until later to use a Tigre Punks one. But yeah, okay, this is the place we came before. It's still completely blocked off. There's a 4X store over there, I guess, whatever that means. Whatever that signifies, and there's... What this guy's doing? Is that the same guy that we saw before, the prince, who's not even saying anything in this game?
Rindo.
It's that guy. Didn't think we'd see him again so soon. And I keep thinking, like... It pretty much went completely out of my head as soon as I stopped looking at him before, but the way that they changed his hair in this one makes him look like fucking Guybrush. It feels like a violation of privacy, but I guess we better find out what's on his mind, maybe. Your social network has been updated. Oh, okay, maybe that's what that meant. I mean, what is he thinking? Memories of soup. Remember most of the ingredients, but something's still missing. Oh, we got like a bunch of different thoughts here. Think about how eating it made you feel. So it's the same little storyline that was like very briefly addressed in the first two. You were like the owner of the ramen shop was like his old friend who used to make like incredible ramen. The broth was just like Sebastian used to make. I've tried making it myself, but it never turns out quite right. I think I may never again enjoy that incredible ramen again. It's like my life has lost all meaning. Well, I feel like we can kind of read this a little bit. Sardines and seaweed add some depth, but the rest is the chef pour in every bowl. Something like that. The broth uses chicken as ill as a hint pork bone. No matter how many times I have this soup, I never tire of it. It truly is perfect. I get a feeling that it is something like that, but we can't rely on him to know that right now. Aren't you guys even a little bit curious about this? This is the prince we're talking about. He's like the foodie king. Well, even the freaking fangirl character doesn't care about him in this particular situation. So I don't know what to extrapolate from that circumstance. If he's obsessed with this soup, it's gonna be amazing. I mean, apparently it was quite useful. I'm pretty sure that the ramen, the special ramen items that you could get in the first game were like some of the best ones for improving some of the stats. I'm gonna try jogging his memory. Well, what are we gonna do exactly to accomplish that? Just have to imagine this totally rad ramen, just like the can Sebastian used to make, whatever that means. I wonder if that guy that he's basically referencing in this part of this sequence is going to make an appearance in this game. I would expect the answer to be a big maybe at this point. Like this? Okay, yeah, so that's definitely a diagonal direction that I'm holding to make this happen, I think. Is it? Actually, no, it's not. It's a vertical up. It just feels diagonal. There we go. Memories of soup. Can he remember now, though? Would it be as simple as all that? Well, let's... Oh, we have to start here, I guess. It truly is perfect. The broth uses a whole chicken as well as a hint of pork bone. Sardines and seaweed add some depth, but real starts to love the chef pours into every bowl. I guess we got something like a recipe out of that. It's as if fucking shouting my memories has begun to lift. Seaweed and sardines in the broth add depth and flavor, but most importantly, love, whatever that means. However that's integrated into a recipe. That's what I was missing. The soup wouldn't taste right without love. Forgive me, Sebastian. Seems I forgot the most crucial ingredient of them all. Some real passion for food right there. But his whole shtick was this passion, and yet... Although one must admit that the uncharacteristic enthusiasm is endearing. Wink. I feel like I did something good just now. Random acts of kindness are gonna have to wait. Well, are they though? I get the feeling that this is all gonna be goodness, something that we're gonna have to do to build up that social network thing. So I'm thinking there's probably a couple of things I should try right now. Let's try doing a few fights here just to see how we fight with 4 people in the party. What could possibly go wrong with a full deck of cards here? Almost had full crew. I don't know why I stopped myself from saying that. It would have made more sense. This is not even one of those JRPG games where you actually do play with a deck of cards, and that's how you attack and shit. Oh.
That all you got? That was perfect. That worked pretty well.
Ooh, we can probably do a slightly more efficient combo now, like start with Well, let's see if I can pull it off in the next one and show what I just thought of, maybe. If any of these freaking enemies are gonna survive long enough to allow me to really demonstrate that. Ooh, that didn't fully charge up. Never mind. These things are gonna survive long enough to have I demonstrate that. Oh well, maybe I can try it on this one. Ooh. I don't know if that thing was still technically in the air when that last rock hit, but seems like we should probably charge both of those at once. The shoulder button once, and then let loose with one of them first, and then the other one. Maybe we could like try to sync them up. Let's try to use this first of all. Probably a good idea. Yeah, there we go. It works. Charge both of these at once. Release this one first, and yeah, there we go. That's a pretty good combo. And I'm pretty sure that we can destroy a bunch of. Oh, whoops. Oh shit. Oh shit. I feel like I still don't know exactly what I should be doing when, or to avoid like some of the party members getting pinned out, though, other than just target the enemy that's doing that. Whenever that happens. Oh boy, onto the final reduction.
Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude. Too many G's for ya?
I'd say there are a few G's involved. And I feel compelled to make a joke that I'm pretty sure that a million people will probably already have made by this point when they heard that voice line. Oh, this one can evolve for sure. I guess we haven't actually gotten this one to the point where it can either evolve or not this time. Okay, but this one, however, is not going to evolve. It's going to be mastered. So now that that's been mastered, I wonder if we should keep it like that or swap it out just for practical purposes. Let me see. Princess Predicament, there's other mental notes. Someone could use her help near Shibuya Hikari or Dogen Saga. I could check that out. Or I could, well, the thing that I wanted to do was like try at least one set of fights with like the full crew. It feels like there's a lot more potential that I don't know if I'm gonna know how to fully exploit with a full party of 4. Maybe I'll grow into it. Well, let's see. I'll swap in this pin for her to use, because it's pretty much the same thing that she was doing a second ago, except with more damage potential, I'm pretty sure. So why not? And this one is already mastered. I wonder if I should just keep him on that pin, or if I should change it to something else. Input affinity strength, new brand, level. I'm pretty sure that the stuff back here, or the stuff down here, I mean. And the selection of pins just like shows all your pins and not the pins that the person that happens to be the last one that you selected before you got down here can actually use. I'm not sure what to make of that, but yeah, this is the same thing as the previous one, right? Yeah, it's a speeder brush thing. This one, the meteor white one, has not been fully refined yet, but I guess it will just be mastered, it will not be evolving into anything else. I guess the main thing that I'm wondering is if I should swap this out for anything else, but I guess not. I guess this is probably a good enough
What to do?
sort of loadout to keep for now. Here we got more books, more tutorials. Playing with Rendo. This is the stuff that you need to read for the tutorials for the time travel mechanic, I guess. I can't just mark everything as already seen, can I? Because I mean, I've already seen all these things, basically. Even the money pins. Who could have guessed that? One day I'll get all 277 of these threads, but first I should probably actually become able to use them. Oh wait, there was at least one item on the menu on that restaurant that I did go to that I didn't try, wasn't there? I'll bet you there was. Just didn't pay attention. Are there any noise entries? Yeah, the garage wolf. And I hadn't looked at yet. Still don't know what the easy drop is for this thing. And we still just don't have the easy mode sticker or whatever it's supposed to be available to us yet. We have an entry for these guys? We do have an entry for these guys. They apparently just drop money. Where's that called? The Deep River Society Home. Period. Okay, so it's just like what they are. Might have played long-range combat, but laughably inadequate at close quarters, which I guess means that you should just rush them and go Beringay. Oh yeah, we didn't actually get to find out what the name of this thing was in the demo because it just ended as soon as he died, so... Don't really go into the menu and get that information. Attack its arms enough and you'll eventually destroy them. They'll regenerate after a while, but you can at least prevent it from performing certain attacks for a bit. Okay, I did not notice that, but... I have to fight more like that one. Suppose I'll keep that in mind. Oh yeah, in graffiti. I didn't look at this at all. Let your creativity run wild, by which we mean just... oh jeez. By which we mean just... stick these wherever you want. See the 100% fullness, I mean sure. Maybe this feeds the victory. It's symbolic, you see. Master one type of pin maxed out. This one has some kind of green-blue border gradient thing. So let's put in what's the place where it would be the least visible. Perhaps right around here. If these colors were different. Master 10 types of pins. This one has got like a white-pink border. Let's put it all the way over here, even though this isn't even white. It's just like very different kind of gray. Viva la evolution of the pin. Oh well, this one is just black. This one's border can be completely disregarded by placing it in that background at least. Maybe this is just like the accomplishments screen equivalent from the original 2E, where it just shows you how much completion you have of the entire game and not one particular category.
Think this through.
But yeah. There's the records, which does not include the Noisepedia. That's a different completion percentage thing. But I think the last thing that I'll do for now, before I call it in just a second, is just take a look at whatever's one screen over. Well, and I guess if we've read some of these thought bubbles before, it doesn't actually stop them from showing up as that bluish color. A second time. Oh, wait a moment. I feel like I walked past something in the non-scan screen just now. Are we gonna get an event just by coming here? Okay, no we don't. Or... well, we are, but not the type that I thought it was gonna be. I guess part of the stick with her is that she's supposed to be scared of fighting. But yeah, was there something, or did I completely misinterpret that? Oh, we got more food that we can eat now, given that we're... Just limit your T variable. Is our hunger thing. What's reset? Oh, hey, it's Buff Stanley. Joe Magda. We can eat our rotisserie chicken. We can probably sell some of the pins that we can get rid of at this point to get some more money, but I guess we can't sell them here, which makes sense. Oh boy, we have to order for everyone though, which means that we probably can't afford to eat here right now.
Appreciate it.
What a shame. Yeah, you know what? I can live with that for the time being, at least. I will take one more look at the food in here, just so I can see like what it actually does. Because I'm pretty sure that, yeah, these stat increases are probably something that we want to get in good order. Do they all like this stuff? I mean, we can't afford this. I can't tell what that expression means. Okay, he's not thrilled about that. How does she react to other... yes, I know, we're not going to be able to actually buy anything. How does she react to other stuff in here? I honestly can't tell what each of those expressions mean. I like to imagine that the one where she spits light out of her mouth means that it's a good thing. But who can say? Not me. So let's take a look at what's on this screen, and if we don't really find anything, then that might be where I call things out. Well, this is Center Street Alley, where our main objective, I guess, is, so... So maybe we will find something. Let's take a quick heads up at this street, and maybe we can sell a few extra pins.
Hello!
Let's see. I guess I can't help but notice that the mastered pins do sell for slightly more than the not mastered pins, but I'm guessing that's not necessarily a good or a worthwhile offset, I should say. Or a lot of these. Let's sell off, I don't know, 8 of these. Let's sell off what more of these do we have? Like a bunch of copies of. I have freaking money pins that are specifically for selling, but in a very typical fashion, the ones that we have the most of don't even sell for that much. Only I could increase the difficulty a little bit. Maybe it would be a little bit different.
Come again!
That'll do for now, methinks. So let's see, we can't keep going this way, but it looks like there might be an unlockable wall here. If we just figure out how. Well, might as well take a look at the objective thing. But like I said, there's pretty much, right now it's pretty much just a countdown to when I decide to just call things for the time being. Is this our guy Ryoji's little helper? Well, he's on fire. I've had it up to here with Ryoji. No, I should just turn off my brain and do whatever he asks, but this is ridiculous. What are these puzzles even for? Why do I have to be the one to set him up? Wouldn't kill him to show a little appreciation every once in a while. I guess we have to do something here to get to the other areas where we can find, like, bonus objectives or what have you. That diatribe left little room for doubt. I'm certain this is him. I think it's gonna take a little more than chill out. The air about him indicates some evil is at work within. Well, it's one of those things where I have to erase the noise to make him feel better. I have entered the minds of many others, including some similar to this individual. Something sinister resides inside. It is not dissimilar to the noise. Could that be the noise problem Suzuki-chan was talking about? The fact that she can hold her own against the noise. What if we had Nagi use her powers? If she can get into his mind, maybe she can erase the noise at Sigin root. Maybe that's specifically why the guy chose to ask us to do this specific task. And I would be doing this alone? Not if you sync up first. Well, you seem to know how this works. Balance the equations of your bodies and minds and your power will increase exponentially. Lord Tamanami, I still don't know what's up with the Tamanami thing. That's supposed to tie into anything else. Your points of view might even converge. Which means that you're gonna get shot with the pop gun from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, or you have the chance to create a multiplicative function. Otherwise you're stuck playing with those third-rate Reapers, and who knows what that would entail. Now there's a variable I'd love to solve for. You know how to make a multiple functown or whatever, jeez. So maybe you should just get back to the mission. Surely you can understand the word function. We can try syncing up. Do you know how to get into people's minds? First I perform an initial observation of my intended targets, so you scan them. Then a portal into their minds appears before me. At which point I simply let myself in. Almost sounds like breaking and entering. Well, kind of hard to deny when you just put it like that. What if we both scan at the same time? It seems like it would be a very convenient interpretation of that, but I get a feeling it will work. People's minds are not a pleasant place to be, and having someone barge into your brain isn't great either. Like jumping into a pool, a big brain pool. Let's plunge into the mind. Well, we can't not do that now. I can enter people's minds and peer into their thoughts and exercise the noise that haunts them. We can dive inside their mind instead of just like getting a different noise display when we scan, as it worked in the first game. You know, earn multiple rewards as long as your difficulty is set to normal or higher. Well, let's give it a try maybe. I guess we have to be scanning first. Yeah, it looked a bit like this, but instead of like tapping the noise symbols, we actually have to do an actual button press.
What an awful affliction.
Recommended level 9. Made sure. What could possibly go wrong? Well, that's a power that makes her go 3D for like a second. Or at least 3D if you were wearing 3D glasses. Or maybe not. Maybe I should do that just for the meme. Try to wear some 3D glasses when that color displacement occurs, just to see what happens. Oh boy, so it's like those gimmicky fights that we could get at the end of oh wait, never mind, that was quick. Those gimmicky fights I was gonna say that we can do in the bonus days in the Switch version of 2E, the first one. Is any of these even 4? I guess that just means increased damage from the enemies. That's a pretty good sequence. Or maybe it's a bit like, for some reason the very first thing that popped into my mind when I saw this like conditional battles thing wasn't what I suppose probably was supposed to be the equivalent from the first game, but rather the dangerous domain mechanics in Grim Dawn. Which is a Diablo clone that I was playing a couple days, or for a couple days in the very recent past. Even though I've just played, oh hey, I guess we got super high rank maybe? Bronze? Oh no, it's bronze. Not quite the highest rank, I'm forced to assume. And double FP rewards, by which I mean double of 1, so we only have 12. Unless, of course, we actually did get it, never mind. I'm misinterpreting this because I'm just jumping ahead. So we got the bronze reward, the silver reward, and the gold reward, and I would imagine that it's probably safe to assume that gold would be the highest possible rank that you can get. Not sure. Maybe I should strike out on my own. Don't need Ryoji. In fact, I never needed him. I gotta say, I'm probably a little bit intrigued by the track that plays when you do that particular noise fight. I should look into that. I knew he'd be trouble, but the minute he made me solve a bunch of riddles just to get his number. Well, maybe we can solve these riddles ourselves and get more information, question mark. I suddenly feel like all my words just disappeared. How convenient. Yeah, forget this stupid job. I'm out. Time to treat myself to a nice meal. I think he dropped something. The reverse will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But, on the other hand, what do we have here? We're gonna do what he should have done, and pick this up. Trader Ryoji, handyman for hire.
Right.
No job turned down no matter the size or complexity. Serious inquiries only, new clients will be vetted. If interested, call via the phone booth by Tower Records, not Tower Records, which was like the soft brand name that I used in the first one. Are phone booths still a thing? I mean, I used the phone booth when I was in... I think the last time actually that I used the phone booth. It wasn't a booth actually, it was just like a public phone. On a stand, it wasn't really a booth in and of itself. But I'm pretty sure that was when I was like... finishing high school, so it must have been about, I don't know... about 10 years ago, something like that. Our number can be found by solving the puzzles scattered throughout Shibuya. Q1 Sinful Ramen, Q2 Backstreet Refreshments, Q3 A Hole in the Crossing, Q4 A Dog's Backside, okay then, Q5 A Yellow Building's Entrance, Q6 A Haven Covered in Green. Hopefully we can jot all these down, because I feel like that's... like, having this as our mission for now would probably be a good stopping point for now. We have to solve these puzzles to prove ourselves to him, I guess. It strikes me as overly cautious to put prospective customers through such trials, but you know, That's what wacky people do, I guess. For real. At least we're getting somewhere thanks to Nagi's sweet mind diving. But man, that was one heck of a trip. It's always so volatile. So this is Nagi's true power. It's a lot different from ours, that's for sure. I guess we've pretty much highlighted everyone's super special power sequence at least once, except for Minamimoto's, but I can only imagine what the implications of that are. One mystery after another. Is Swallow actually responding anymore? Oh. I guess so. So we still don't know who Swallow is, after all, dealing with a newcomer. That's always exciting. I guess. It's extra exciting in this situation, I would even argue. You don't sound excited though. Her special ability is really great, but she's kinda weird. God. This is making me, the way that they're like treating this whole thing like it could be read like they're literally just playing a made up game, even though it's, I guess, ostensibly real from their perspective, makes me harken back to the ending of a certain game that I may have very indirectly alluded to some time back. And like a conspiracy theory about like the whole series that that game corresponds to is just like a child's fantasy, but not really sure what to make of her. Part of that new game you're playing, is your party already full? I mean, it's not really clear. Doesn't seem like it's gonna get much larger than this. But I guess based on what we've seen, 4 is not supposed to be like a hard party size cap. Special abilities are always good to have, and apparently everybody has one.
Rindo.
Let's go track down those digits. It says, I guess, just because the word digits was mentioned, was said by Minamimoto probably. Shogun Void. That was quite an exhilarating experience. Look at you wiping out the noise. And then she just completely shrugs that off. Well, let me take a quick look at this pin that I just acquired, but let's see if I want to re-equip anybody with that. Come on. You know what I want to do? I want to cycle here. Maybe I can put that on Minamimoto after that meteor one gets maxed out. Ryugu apparently is a brand. Wonder what animal that would correspond to, if anything. I'm honestly not even sure, like... Actually, it probably corresponds to the dragon, because Rio literally means dragon, doesn't it? Yeah. I was gonna say, I look at some of these brand names and I'm like not as confident as I was in the original after figuring that gimmick out. That each of the brands corresponds to a Chinese zodiac animal, but... I think it's... yeah... It's pretty clear, but what does it do? Does that chain? Well, we just read this. Chaining any foe's truck, I guess that must be a kind of an actual condition. And it evolves, so you know, I guess we better get on that. Okay, so I guess this is what it looks like when you have more than one screen's worth of pins. So we won't put that on this guy quite yet, but maybe soon. I feel like that's gonna mess up our combo that we had with her and him, like chaining their stuff together a little bit, but that's fine. I get a feeling we're gonna have to solve some kind of puzzle just to be able to get out of this area first, though, because we need to open up that wall. On the south side, or what I'm forced to assume is the south side, but first we need to trigger a different scene. Looks like we're taking a pretty big gamble here. You sure it's okay for us to just do whatever we want like this? Well, right now we're getting swept. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If this will help us get ahead, then why not? Assuming that it does in fact help us get ahead. But one cannot deny it remains a rather risky endeavor. Just a risky endeavor herself, well, don't let her know that. She can hold her own in battle, but she's no Minamimoto. I mean, neither are you. Tapping into people's minds is pretty impressive and all, but still. Better just throw all the people that we don't like under the bus. Does something trouble you, troll? Oh, everything's just fine. I mean, maybe she can hear that stuff, even if the other person is a player. Might be the implication there.
I see.
Permit me a question in return, boss. Because you're older than us and because you took down those noise like a bot. Every single time I see one of these phrases, these meme referential phrases, it's just gonna make me really, really yearn for the knowledge of what that looked like in the original script. But if you're a boss, does that mean you can fire us? You wish to tempt fate? Well, what brings you to the UG, boss? Crazy taxi collision, sudden long explosion, even though you don't even know how you ostensibly died yourself. I don't know of this UG of which you speak. Where we are right now, you know. You're dead.
Right.
I guess she also
Beg pardon?
is not actually aware of that, it seems. Apparently we all died somewhere along the line and then got sent here to play this game. So in other words, I'm dead. Yep. I get it, it's a lot to take in. It's like in the Blackwell games. Now just hold my tie for a moment. We can't communicate with anyone but each other. We also like phase through other people and shit. I think. I don't feel very alive, so it just makes sense.
Heavens.
I mean, there's a lot of scenes of like normal alive people phasing through people in the Reapers game in the fucking 2E anime. They like really emphasize that. Left my life behind and now I have nothing to show for it save this wretched pin. A rather nondescript one, which failed to pique my interest until Lord Tamanami's voice actor sang its praises. A few other Elistraniacs mentioned falling on hard times after picking up pins of their own, but who was I to question his radiance's commercial endorsements? I get the feeling that you gotta be dead to be in the game thing might be something to be questioned in the world building for this particular entry, but we'll see how that plays out. Do you think they're a part of the game? Yeah, maybe just to do with those pins, like... I mean, the mass-produced pins that were given up to everyone. In the original 2, obviously had a pretty big significance by the end. I gotta wonder what the one for these ones is gonna be. Go on, pitch him and see what happens. Yeah. Here's what I will tell you, kid. Those pins you got are specials, they're your player IDs. But everyone had them, these things were all over Shibuya. And who do use things put them there in the first place? Well, normally we're given out when people die, but if everyone's already got them, it saves us to work later on. So what if you grab one of those things and then go to somewhere else in the world that doesn't have one of these underground places and then you just have that with you? Does nothing happen? And when they do kick the bucket, they can jump right into the game. Pretty slick, eh?
Really?
That's one hell of a marketing campaign. What if someone just throws it away? I mean, are you just gonna expect everyone to have one of those? The use can go ahead and try throwing them away if you want, but use knows what happens when you force quit in the middle of the game, don't you? Well, no. Your data gets corrupted. Oh, he was making an analogy there. Even erased entirely sometimes. I mean, not necessarily. Not if it's not in the process of being written to whenever you stop. But I guess that also is part of the analogy, given that it refers to human lives, or human consciousness in this case, I guess. What if you start bugging out? What if you lose all your powers? You'd be helpless against the hordes of noise. Hypothetically speaking, of course. So what do you say? Gonna throw in the towel and throw away your pins? Well, I guess we'll keep them for now. Said by one person, but I guess collectively agreed upon. Attaboy, I knew you'd make the right choice, kid. Yeah, oh my god, how are you even supposed to read that out? Never have I met someone so thoroughly loathsome. Guess we gotta tough it out the whole week. I'm sure you know you gotta do better than just tough it out. Yeah, well, we're working on it. It's being dealt with, unless you wanna get stuck playing the game forever, that is. There's no deal, kid. Life ain't fair, and the afterlife sure as hell ain't either. I mean, it can be, if someone decides that they want it to be. You just gotta suck it up and play the game. You kids are playing the game, aren't you? Well, you see. Oh, I see, alright, I see everything. But hey, you do what you gotta do to get ahead, am I right? Can't fault you for that. As long as you're trying to earn points, who am I to judge? Let's just hope you earn enough points before it's too late. Oh, he also does the yeah thing. Oh, you're supposed to read that out. Well, we got Snorri's approval, so what you say we finish what we started after that completely impromptu dialogue scene. Well, they ain't doing half bad. Let's see what their next move is. Could have sworn someone was watching us. Well, from what perspective though? But yeah, there we go. Gotta talk to that guy to open up that wall a little bit. So with that in mind, I wanted to go ahead and make that the stopping point for the time being.
Let me think this through.
I don't think there's anything else that we need to look at here, is there? Oh. Look for some sinful ramen, some backstreet refreshments, a hole in the crossing, a dog's backside, and also stuff that we can look for in Dog and Saga and your Shibuya Hikari. So we're gonna have to go a bit of a ways off to reach these places, but I get the feeling that it's probably gonna be a good idea to focus on those first when next I come back to this. It looks like it also like autosaves by itself, but well, let's try it to the same file as before. I mean, it's nice to have like actual save slots in this game when you only had one in the original. I mean, it wasn't actually a save slot, it's just like a unique save that you get per game, and you can't copy it or do anything like that. So you better hope that nothing bad happens to it or you can host. At least we got something a little bit different here. And yeah, nothing more to add probably. Let's return to the title for effect and also to see what happens when I actually load back in. Hold on. Let me try that real quick. Okay, so it does autosave and... Wait, what? Oh no, do that. What are you doing? I guess it's overriding the autosave data by making it so that you have to reset the autosave itself if you load into an actual manual save. So in theory you could probably get to the end of the game relying only on the autosave, but I don't think we're going to be doing that. I mean, we haven't been doing that. Just by virtue of us doing this slow just now, that is no longer in play. But yeah, that is where we will go ahead and leave things off for the time being. I guess I'm going to do the same thing that I'm pretty sure that I did before when I tried out the demo for this, and let this particular track play things out as I sit on the title screen for the time being, because why not? This was fun, this was a fun time, yeah. I am quite liking the game so far. It definitely feels like a good follow-up to the original. I'm looking forward to playing more of this for the remainder of this week, and probably farther on. We'll see like how the pace of the game feels after a few days. But for now, we are going to maybe... Well, we're gonna move over to this screen where I'm gonna turn this on so that you can hear that again. I forgot that I had to do that. Oh, there you go, it's sorted out. But this seems like a good time to look into a couple of other things, probably such as who may be alive right now that I may be able to throw a quick raid at, but yeah. As usual, I will say... Well, I'm gonna wait a little bit, because I think I might already have somebody in mind. Let's see. Let's see who we got. A few people. But I think that for today, I will be partial to this person, probably. Oh goodness, this may have some stuff going on, but yeah. Gotta go ahead and get this started so I can close things off with some swiftness. I will raid, and hopefully you can join me with this raid. Our old friend Torian's Gone Wild, who has been a friend of the stream for a while, has shown up to support the stream on occasion, and he's overall a pretty nice person. Pretty good stream, pretty good chill stream, and usually a fun time. And he's currently playing the what's it called, the remake of Resident Evil 1, which is a pretty neato game, so I'm happy to go and spend a little bit of time there. right now. But yeah, as pretty much was stipulated by my schedule that I suppose I am gonna be trying to prepare each week now. And probably stick to that with the, to the best of my ability, because it seems like a good plan to like live it out and probably make that public and just have that as a thing to fall back onto. We will be playing more Neo 2E for pretty much the remainder of the week as far as the planned streams that I do by myself are, which are tomorrow and Thursday, so look forward to that, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to. Who knows if we're gonna be able to do a co-op stream on Saturday, but it feels like that's always a mystery. But maybe we're gonna be able to, who knows, we'll see when we get there. Hopefully we will, but yeah, in all the case, I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat, and I will see you later.